Everyone, back to OWCS Japan. Day number 3 of first week. I'm back. I'm G Clef for the first time. It's been a while. I know you're back a couple of times, but it's the first one for me, and I missed you. Missed a lot of you guys.
No one can stop us now, G Clef.
Just like the music, yeah.
The music is still going for some reason. But yeah, I'm hyped to cast with you. It's been a little while since you and I cast together. There we go. Now we got our OWCS music rolling.
That's right.
It is going to be a pretty interesting day. I think we have. Obviously, we do have, a bit of a, I don't know if I'd call it an elephant in the room. It's a very small elephant, and that Telomere is still, obviously our amateur team here coming from the high school tournament, the Stage2 tournament. They did go 0-3 yesterday. Took some objectives, took a few team fights.
That's their goal. That's their season goal, right?
That's the season goal. So I think, if they just keep rolling with the momentum, there's definitely some improvements to be made. Insomnia is playing today. Didn't get to cast him yesterday. Completely retooled roster, of course, but a roster that I've enjoyed casting in the past. So we'll see how they do. Undersea is probably my favorite player to watch so far in OWCS Japan based on Stage 1.
Yeah, Undersea is the only one from the original Insomnia, so it's a different team basically with a different DNA now. I'm very excited to see Miogaru on a Japanese team. Oh yeah, it's going to be fun. Some Wrecking Ball time.
Some Wrecking Ball time for sure. Maybe a little bit of Mauga.
Yeah, a lot more Mauga too.
Junker Queen, it's OWCS Japan, so we still see that a lot. They might make him play it. He's like, no, I want to play Wrecking Ball. I want to play meta. They're like, no,
let
it's
Miogaru
Japan.
just play whatever, whatever that he wants to. I think that's something that to leave it, because Miogaru, whenever you leave him to a hero that he's good at or comfortable at, he ends up playing a lot better.
Yeah, I'm also a little bit disappointed we didn't see that much memery yesterday. I do feel like, you want to play respectfully against Telomere. But also maybe you could have some fun compositions. Give them a chance. Let them play a really strong meta comp. You play something that's a little bit more fun. We did see the Hanzo, but it was CC2.
Yes.
And CC2, like, for him, that is the meta. It's always been the meta, is to play Hanzo.
Respect. Hanzo main.
That's right. You were like a Hanzo main, and here's the Storm as
Yes.
well, weren't you?
The another Nexus. Yes, I was also the Hanzo main.
I do think it's a big day for some of our teams to bounce back for some shaky losses. We will, of course, have Miku Fan Club X Supreme playing a little bit later on today. Here's our schedule, though, G-Clef. It's the same as it was in Stage 1, just moved over to Stage 2.
So, since I was basically just watching the broadcast, and I do have the sword, and some people just DM'd me on Twitch saying, why is it Stage 2? It's Stage 3! Go fix your title! I'm like, hey, read the overview once again.
Yeah, see, this is why we have to show this.
Yes.
This is why I have to show this. We could just have a quicker broadcast. We were like, why aren't the games starting? I'm like, no, we have to show this
Start
graphic.
the Gamecasters.
Because those people keep DMing G-Clef being like, actually, pretty sure it should say 3. Pay attention. We have a different format here in Asia. 3 regions.
Exactly.
Here's the OWCS Japan teams. Telomere is coming in. Namikuji Brothers completely changed. MFC X Supreme in here. Nam Gaming, actually a top team, question mark? That's pretty hype. Revati is back. Varrel is back. Six Blow is not in this tournament. So a bit of a split up there. Some of those players mixed around these rosters.
Yeah,
but sad to see them go.
Six Blow as a team in the qualifiers.
Yeah.
They did not make it. So, because it's partially a different team now. The power level was not the same. And it's kind of funny because I believe you and also Unknown and 9K spoke about this. Japanese teams don't really have that much of a roster apocalypse during the season because of how they, I don't want to say loyalty, but they do like this friendship attachment. They usually go with the team just to gel, to build a teamwork over seasons and years.
Yeah.
But other than Varrel, everything basically changed.
Yeah, exactly. I feel like this is one of the biggest changes we've had in the region. Across like most esports, you just don't see that many big changes. It's not because people are signing like 3-year contracts with these orgs either. It's just that they do stay together. They like to build up on that synergy. They like to play with players they trust. You scrim with somebody, maybe it looks okay, maybe it goes all right, and then you get to the actual games, and then you're like, oh, this just isn't working for us, but it's too late. Better the team that you know than new players. But not this season. As our map pool, we've kind of talked about this a lot. We do have Runasapi in. Kings Row is back. We have Dorado back. So it's a pretty high map pool. Yeah, it's a good map pool.
I love the map pool. I think this is one of the best. And I love the fact we have Eichenwald in there. I know some players can be stressed a little bit, especially for that last point. But I do love the map. It's classy. I love the view.
I'm kind of like of all the maps, I mean, obviously we only have a few Flashpoint maps, so that's not going to change. But Samoa's the one where I'm like, all right, let's get that out. Like, I've seen enough of that one this year. But
it's still new, though.
I hope they change it for playoffs.
Not the newest, but one of the newest.
True. We do have, here's our standings. As you guys have noticed, there's a lot of 1-1s, a lot of teams with a 0 scoreline as well, MFC and Nyam, because we had a lot of 3-2s on the first day, as 9K and Unknown cast until like 2 o'clock in the morning, one of the longest Overwatch days of all time. Namakuji Brothers at the bottom of the standings, but I feel like that scoreline doesn't actually show their power level. I think they're much stronger than they look, if you just look at the standings.
Yeah, well, talk a lot more about where they are now. It's because of who they matched with, like Lazuli on top. They fought one of the weakest teams so far, so they're up top right now, but I don't think that should be lasting too long into the season.
Yeah, I think that they might get crushed by Varrel today in our second matchup. Our first matchup is that Insomnia versus Telomere. And again, for pronunciation stuff, guys, we're trying our best to do the ones that make the most sense in English for you guys. Might be Telomere. But just because that's hard,
that yesterday too,
yeah, just because it's hard to say that, we say Telomere for you guys.
Yes.
The same to be true of our. We have a few players in this league, like Pete, that we like to just make it easier for you guys.
And there were a lot of questions like, what's that character after the N? That's a high school character. It's a Chinese character. Yeah, it's like N high school, basically.
Kanji in this case. So from N high, basically, you can read it like that. That's a really good point that you mentioned. As Revati versus MFC, I think, to me, is the most hype match of the day. I do feel like MFC is a roster that showcased a lot of resilience. Obviously, a lot of lovable players on that team. I think they're the big fan favorite. And Revati, it's got Hofak. So
your favorite, right?
Yeah, I'm going to have a lot of favorites, actually. I'm like, Undersea's my favorite. Hofak's my favorite. I love Leonoptrix.
Yeah, because
Daisy's great, you know.
That's right. Undersea is really good too. The roster apocalypse really threw me off, and I need to get some time to get used to this player being on the new team now.
Yeah, Varrel, like you said, mostly staying the same. As we'll talk about rosters now, as this is Insomnia's new roster. Only Undersea stays the same. Aid is a Korean pro, played on Sinprisa Gaming very recently, has joined this roster. Myogaru, which is flower in Korean, is here. He's got his Wrecking Ball pose on his favorite hero here. And then we have the support lineup, which has names that are a little bit trickier to say.
Yes, also with less experience compared to the other three.
So IQ.
IQ, like IQ.
Yeah, Waga Yume. So we'll try our best to get you guys through this one. And once we get comfortable with these names, we'll obviously be better at it. You and I are both pretty fluent in Korean, but when it comes to Japanese, it gets a little bit trickier for us. I can read a little bit, but...
Aid and Milgar are the Korean players on the team, but Undersea. And I just found this out like a couple days ago. Aid and Milgar are actually brothers.
What? Really? I didn't know that.
Aid is the older brother.
Huh. I actually had no idea. That's the first I've heard of that. That's really interesting.
Yeah, Milgar's older brother is Aid, and
That's cool.
That's why they moved together, I guess.
Yeah, that makes sense. That's a really good fact that you brought. Here's Telomere, and again, the high school qualifying team, Amatero, Sora, Pete, Hinisaku, and Shizuku. So a pretty new lineup, right? I mean, we don't know a lot about these guys. They played meta comps yesterday, though. I really respect that. They're trying to stick with what's strong. And their coordination, I feel like, is pretty good. They're a little bit timid. You know, they're sometimes afraid to waste ultimates and then end up not using them at all. I think that'll come with experience, though, of course. Yeah,
and the fact that when I really started to get into esports, that was high school. For these players, that's exactly their time. But not at the same time. They're playing at the pro level, very near pro level already. This could be the building experience for the future, near future, very soon. This could be one of the teams, like Varrel. Varrel has been one of the strongest team for a long, long time in Japan, but soon enough, maybe a few of these, where all of these players might be near the top stages of Japan soon enough.
Sure. Like, it could just take a few years before these guys are some of the best of the best. You know, something Achilleos mentioned yesterday, which I thought was kind of cool, is there is a world where this team could grow during this season. You know, struggle in the first 2 weeks, but then actually make it to that wild card, make it to Asia finals, make it to Stockholm. Like, it's not reasonable to expect.
In the wild card last season.
I know. Well, it's not realistic to expect, but I mean, there is a path to some incredible stuff for these players. They have the opportunity. Will they seize it? Too early to say. I had to mention it earlier that we've seen too much Samoa, but guess what? Here we are again.
Guess what? You cursed it again. But the thing is, to continue on that story, this team could earn and learn so quickly because they're just young. and they have nothing else. There could be sponges absorbing data, absorbing experience, what they didn't have at a much higher level. You know, when you play tennis or ping pong, if you're playing against an opponent that's just a little bit higher than you learn so much more.
That's true.
That's always going to be the benefit of them getting better.
And you know what else is true is the younger you are, the faster you can learn. So
much faster. We're a little older now, but
yeah, I do think that these really young players have an opportunity to shake things up. Really tough matchup today, though, into Insomnia. Again, the expectation, I think, for most people would be a 3-0, but let's see what this squad's got. They have obviously played yesterday, had a little bit of time to prepare for today, and there's probably a lot of feedback they could have given each other, especially about the ults that they used or didn't use yesterday, and I expect some improvements moving into Control here.
As we will go into our first map, it's going to be Samoa. Let's get into the map and see it. Insomnia versus Telomere. See, Samoa, such a beautiful place.
It is, but I've been there before.
You've been there?
In Overwatch.
Okay.
On the first day that I cast of Korea, we had it all 3 series. Okay, Milgaru.
Was that the Malga patch days?
Oh, there was also that.
Yes.
He is going to play Winston. I thought for a second he was going to give his bro Nozzle a shout out. We've already...
The Hog? No.
Yeah, we've already, you know, established that Nozzle's not his bro. It's actually Aid, but is this going to be a pretty standard Tracer Echo Winston dive comp versus Farah? Malga here, Pete to start things off with this neutral fight.
Pete up front. We've seen a lot of Malgas just to be in Samoa. Not just in Samoa, just to tank it up. Here's Amateru. Taking some shot. There's the Echo. Gotta watch out. Undersea already doing some decent damage, falling back towards the middle. Saw 4. Farah, actually.
Yeah, we'll be trying to layer some poke here.
We got her down. That's a start for Telomere. For 4 and tied. Can't really deliver any extra damage. Will be healed. Oh, never mind. Tracer. Going to get some trades in the middle.
Okay, Telomere going to take the first cap. And great performance here by the support line, actually offering a ton of damage there. You can see in terms of the ult charge for Pete. He didn't do that much damage. It bought a lot of space. And Amateru had free reign. Undersea getting a little bit punished. Did build a lot of that dupe charge, but we see a swamp here. As moving into the second fight, let's see. Aid's picked first.
Big Garu up front. Was soaking a lot, but Aid already down. That's another pretty big shot from the Cassidy on the side. Amateru has been delivering a lot. Except for that Undersea threatened in the beginning. Has been delivering good shots, and the entire team of Insomnia has to fall back because of that reason. Without Aid, can't deliver much. Undersea thinking about maybe using that duplicate. Aid's got the pulse. No direct shot. There's a kill.
All right, they are going to be able to flip this, it looks like here. After the duplicate comes out, Undersea will have the barrage if he can hit one more shot. Doesn't even need it, though, so I don't think he's going to feel too bad. Might just party barrage. Party barrage! Nah.
Yeah, Telomere actually decent, 52%. Yeah. I think that's one of the most they have got so far.
It is, and they have Sound Barrier coming online pretty soon. They have the Kitsune Rush to get onto the point. They are set up really well here, especially because Rally isn't quite online. If they can get a pick early, that would be massive.
With the rush.
Deadeye, great zoning.
You get anything more other than the Diva covering, and then... Oh! But the Kitsune. Getting a lot under. She's still doing decent amount of damage. It does go down, but in the middle, there's a lot more trade. Undersea still alive, and no one can stop this guy.
Yeah, unfortunately, Amateru didn't trigger the Deadeye early there to get that additional damage through, and there's just collapsed on by Milgaru. Didn't want to use, he had the Deadeye skull on Milgaru, but would have just been dematrixed, so no point in firing it at that point, but waiting a little bit too long. Still good zoning, but he is just immediately collapsed on. The Kitsune Rush coming up empty. Still have that sound barrier, but things looking a lot tougher now. They don't have the momentum anymore.
A really good anti, always coming down from IQ. Amateru switching over to match that Echo. No one else could really contest that air fight. So there's a comp change a little bit. Cassidy out. Undersea, let's see if he's going to be threatened at all during this game. 65% for Insomnia, having that turned back. Ready with the sound barrier.
Sound barrier at the ready, as you say. We'll need to use it soon. Too late.
Got echoed down already. That's an air fight. 3 for Undersea. There's a duplicate with the extra Mauga coming down from Insomnia. Sound barrier. Not too late. Still have 4. Not anymore. Just 3 left.
I think they needed to use that way earlier than the cage fight. Splits the team in half after that first pick came through. And unfortunately for Hinisaku, he's going to be kicking himself for that one. I think if he had used it earlier, there was a huge opportunity there. But instead, looks like it is going to be the first cap going in. Aid trying to look for any members coming over for the touch. Got the pulse. Hinisaku pushed away.
Might have been waiting for Telomere. Might have been waiting for the cage. It was about 97%-ish. I think Telomere, they wanted to buy some more time before the sound barrier, but it just didn't happen.
Yeah,
Echo dead.
Ideally, you want to use sound barrier as late as possible, like you say, because then you're going to get the most value out of it. Low health bars, getting that overshield feels fantastic. Because look, yesterday I think it was 1%. We're moving up to 2. They've doubled the fan prediction. That's a step in the right direction.
Oh, from 1% to 2%.
Yeah, they've doubled it. But yeah, I think, again, Telomere a little bit timid with their ults, but a much better showing than what we saw from them yesterday. Already big improvements. Some chatty heroes today.
Yeah,
Keep it down. We got a game to play here.
Getting back with the Symmetra. Oh, May.
Okay.
Want to snipe that Echo? Oh, into Farah.
This is going to be really tough here for Telomere because they're going to be massively outranged. Also running Pete on the Junker Queen.
And the Genji comes along, but I'm sure for...
Yeah, I'm not 100% sure if this is going to work out, but they need to be decisive. They have the tools to get this Genji into dash reset range as Amatero's doing a lot of damage.
Can also stall with the Mei. It's a really good map for the stall with the Mei. But can the Jungle King stay alive for that long? Let's see. The neutral fight around the bridge, not bad for both. Some more contest with the Nilgaru. Has to be careful. He did drop early on. Amatero getting healed back massively. That's exactly when the Mauga strikes. With the overdrive. Oh. And a pretty good damage. Focusing coming down.
Yeah, Undersea has just been untouched in this fight. He is cleaning it up. And there's just no win here for Telomere. Amatero had an ice block early, gets picked off there. It's a team kill for Insomnia. And Undersea there wasn't anyone to deal with them. That's why they're swapping back over the Cassidy here. Obviously, May can right-click the Farah, but it's going to be a really rough time, and you're just completely outranged as now Amatero can actually directly challenge Undersea as long as he can close that distance, which he is doing a fine job of so far. Sora halfway to that Dragon Blade as well.
We'll get that first cap. And Telomere want to get their hands on the point, but can't just at the moment. Extra shield, wants to get aid, but getting healed back. Can't really touch this DPS and gets it. Deadeye straight on. More damage coming down from aid. That's a third.
Such a good opportunity to grab aid there, but the dive wasn't well coordinated. Sora wasn't close enough. If they end up getting a dash through aid and take him out there while he's trying to set up the Deadeye, get that dash reset, get a Dragon Blade, that's a one-team fight for Telomere, especially with the sound barrier. It was almost unlosable, but they couldn't quite get him. And now they're in trouble.
And Rush, just to keep Underseas alive with the damage. They will keep on moving in. This is actually near spawn of their opponent. Uh-oh.
Yeah. Unfortunately, Sora getting picked here before he has the Dragon Blade. They don't want to use a sound barrier to get out of spawn, but they might be forced to. Amatero,
they can go for the chase and could not really bring anyone down.
Yeah, he doesn't have a great line of sight here.
Because the sound barrier, waiting on both sides. Going to be the timing for both of the Lucios. Insomnia, knowing that, they would just keep it, just using the Kiriko. Nilgaru also keeping the cage, just to lead them out from the control zone. There it is, just to get the one in front. Sound barrier, really good timing from both. Can short 4. Sorrow can deliver too much, but the damage has been done too much from Insomnia already. That Genji has been missing in action for a few seconds.
Looking like that's going to be the map. A team kill, a bit of a dance here. And that is Insomnia taking game 1, 2-0. First round, pretty close. Second round, unfortunately, just kind of out composition there. There was the one moment where they almost caught aid, but he was able to roll back. As his combat role has a lot of heals coming through, ends up having a big Deadeye there. They were so close to picking him off. I think if Sora is a little bit closer to that dive when that actually goes through and they pick him off, it could have been a different story. The Farah was a big problem that they couldn't deal with when they had the Mei, right? But then they swapped to Cassidy and still couldn't deal with it. It's just unfortunately a real coordinated pro team versus a team that's still finding their footing. So
I think they had some really nice tactic, though. They knew exactly who to focus, but the thing is, it's when you have one target each time you go for the team fight, it's pretty easy for the pro players, experienced players to read, okay, they're coming at this timing, just get ready, back off, there's heals. As long as you survive, we will do the rest. I think that really was the mission that they were trying to accomplish, but they just couldn't deliver this time.
Yeah, we'll see where they take us for our second map. I can't remember where they took us yesterday. I want to say they took us to
I think you were saying all the other maps except for the map they actually
went into. Yeah, I think I
want
to say yesterday I was like
push.
Yeah, I was like they're not going to do push, and then they did push, and then got full pushed. Unfortunately, that may happen again.
Let me try to.
G-Club's looking through the record books. He's got his ledger out.
No, it's a printed sheet. I think we went to like one of the push.
I can check. I have the technology.
Oh, you have the technology.
It's just going to take me a second because the technology is a little bit slow on this old tablet that I have from like 8 years ago. Okay, let's see. Yesterday, in fact, they took us to Suravasa, actually.
Aha.
So we'll see if they want to do that again.
I would like them to just try a lot of different maps and see which one works the best with the team comp that they have been practicing, because the loser gets, I can't say, some more luxury this season.
Yeah.
You get to choose so much, not just the map. You get to select if you're attacking or defending. So the loser, I think, has a lot of benefits this time.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously Flashpoint attack defense doesn't really matter, but most of last season, outside of Korea, you didn't even get to choose map type. You know, obviously that became a thing when we got to wild cards and stuff, but Korea got that a little bit earlier, but even still, it wasn't really a thing for most of the season. You get it from out the gates now, so if you have some really smart map types prepared, you can really catch your opponents off guard. They're just going to show us what they showed us yesterday, so we might see Suravasa and Runasapi again. They were full pushed on Runasapi, and Suravasa was a 3-0 against Lazuli yesterday, but maybe things look different today because obviously Samoa a little bit closer to what we saw yesterday's control on Lijiang.
As we get things ready for the flashpoint, let's get into Suravasa.
Now they can run Mei here if they want to run that. Obviously a little bit tougher on the first flashpoint. Long sight lines are really important. See, Undersea and Aid are hovering the Ashe and the Sojourn, but I think probably just going to stick with the Ashe. Undersea does showcase his Genji for a moment here. Could certainly keep this. It's a strange comp, but it is still strong.
Okay.
No Life Weaver, don't worry.
Hey, Life Weaver, there are Life Weaver mains out there.
Yeah, it was played yesterday a little bit.
But this is the comp. Makes a lot more sense. I think Ashe just should try a little more. And also, there's a Pharah, so I think it makes a lot of sense. After checking the comp, yes. Here's Amateru. Checking in front 8 already up here. Getting the advantage of the high angle. And Telomere, they really want to just come straight in because they have Mauga. They'll take a lot of damage in the middle just to get into the position, just like as you see. And the Dynamite, perfect place.
Yeah, 8 is just popping off with his Dynamite. Now Undersea has these low health bars to dash through and get resets on. Won't even need any of them. He gets the reset for the chase. And,
that was so quickly done that they didn't even get that much ult.
Yeah, no, look at the ult charge, how split it is between all the players. Yeah, well, time to reset and try again, as the Pharah here is really going to struggle. Isn't going to offer much peel for this Dynamite, and 8 is going to constantly have high ground control. He uses the coach gun to maintain that. And Amatero is outranged by the Ashe, as you can see here.
If BP Mauga, let's see how tanky he can be in the front, taking a lot of damage, always falling back.
Ooh!
Oh, 8 just sniping the DPS. And they're just out of there.
Yeah, this is a disaster.
They're just releasing everything, what they have, and they can just win the team fight.
8 drops Bob.
Immediately,
He got 4 of those 5 kills, or did he actually get all 5?
Did he get 5K?
I think he just got 4. It was very close. Well, he doesn't have Bob now, so maybe there's an opportunity.
There's no Bob, but there's everything else.
Yeah, they can't even
close.
touch. They can't even touch the flashpoint. That's going to be the first one going over. Undersea's going to have a Dragon Blade.
Misaku is pretty fast with a sound barrier, but they have to realize that if they can get a lot faster, I don't know if he realizes the tempo of the opponent's sound barrier timing.
Yeah, that's a tough one to know this early on in your career. He's not going to use it early.
Migara up front, healing himself and getting the heal because your DPS is just flying in to your opponents. And that was the end of the first fight anyhow, so I think they just went for it.
Yeah, they just kind of got a little bit caught on rotation. They didn't have strong point priority because they lost the fight trying to contest at 99. Now they have no point prio, so Cap is going to come through. Undersea has the Dragon Blade. Pete's trying to fight into this choke point, but is going to struggle.
A short 4.
I think they need to Kitsune to close the gap.
Star 4 does have the ult. Everything except for the cage available, and there's Undersea from the other side. Dragon Blade comes out, and just sound barrier, keeping them alive for a decent amount of time. I think this is one of the better fights they have on the map. Still can't deliver much more. The extra source of healing.
Wagayume's sound barrier ends up being used second there. Great sound barrier to counter Undersea's Dragon Blade, but just wasn't enough sustain there. They kill the cage, Milgaru, and Pete has cage advantage, you could argue. He does technically have an ultimate, his opponent does not, but I don't know if he'll be able to use it without Kitsune Rush to get on the point. He's going to try to rush through here with the speed boost.
Was this the timid part that you were talking about?
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, 8. Oh, Lucy already down. Don't have the sound, but might as well try. 8% left on the second point, and Insomnia, the damage has been done already. Way too many scratches, and they're spilling blood the moment they go in. They can't even step in sometimes.
Yeah, if Pete could get on the point and cage, that would look very different, but you know, he used his first stomp to get close to look for a second one. By the time a second one comes through,
see,
he's
even the
dead.
rotation, they're taking too much damage.
Yeah.
Just from these shots, but let's see if they just have to bring one down at a time. It's just taking a long time. Insomnia Undersea, getting healed back on your speed, Pete. There's a cage, but not enough sustain. A lot of trapped members.
Yeah, this is unfortunately just a wash. Undersea is on a 20-player kill streak. And they had point priority, but couldn't win the fight, so it didn't matter. They got to the point so early.
There's a third flashpoint, Insomnia.
Yeah, I mean, if they win this, it is the end of the map and it's match point, and it's looking likely to be the case. Because Telomere is looking a little bit lost in this one. Much closer on control, but here just getting completely outclassed.
Yeah, but the sound barrier is coming soon enough. And Shijuku holding it, looking for the chance. There's a barrage.
Decent dynamite for Amateru.
Ash. And the response from Insomnia a little bit better. And still holding that sound barrier somehow, some way. I thought that was a decent damage. And then, was that an Ajax?
I think it was an Ajax. I think you're right. We're not 100% sure because it wasn't shown on screen. But just
the barrier.
I saw the animation, heard the voice line, but I didn't see any green health bars. So I'm going to guess Ajax.
And Insomnia still holding the points, 52%. Got to have half more. And that should be it.
Look at Undersea on the flank, has his Dragon Blade.
Exactly the timing in. Already got the headshot onto opponent Ash. And Undersea, that's a third 3K. One more coming down from the Lucio.
Wagayume doesn't even need his barrier. I think he's going to finish the map with it. Same with the Kitsune Rush.
Or rush in with the sound barrier. There it is, Insomnia. Trying to finish the map with style right next to spawn. Telomere can't come out. There's a Doomfist. But can anyone touch in time? No. And Insomnia will immediately turn this into a 2-0 series.
2-0, very dominant, easy start here. Using the ults there at the end, as you often said, for the fashion. Very fun and flashy game from our DPS players on the side of Insomnia. It's hard to say. Like, Undersea had some great Dragon Blades, had some great backline access. But I think I'm leaning towards Aid for having the higher impact. His dynamite on the first point was massive, had some amazing headshots, was able to clean up so much of those fights with the 4K and that first big fight as well. I think I'm leaning towards him for POTM. Milgaru's had a good series as well, but...
Milgaru, yeah, pretty hot, but he's usually the tanking. I think Undersea, yeah, starting from the Echo. Yeah, Undersea takes my point. I'll give my point to Undersea.
Yeah.
Aid did a lot of work, of course, with the Ash, but I can't really tell. Undersea, I think, did better since the first game. So we'll have a lot more time to decide who to vote for the MVP. But before that, we'll take a short break. When we come back, map number 3. And welcome back, everyone. We're in the middle of our first match, and wow, it's been a 2-0 already. They are struggling indeed.
They certainly are, but again, they're high school students. There's going to be a lot of, maybe it's a round robin, so there's going to be 7 series of them struggling a little bit, right, but growing and improving, and we'll be tracking that growth through this season. I think winning a single map would be amazing for the squad.
Against any team.
Winning a single point would be amazing. They did take 1 point, I think, yesterday. They won a few team fights on the first map. Unfortunately, looked a little bit lost on Saravasa there. They did take us yesterday to Runasapi, so we'll see if that trend continues today.
Also some hybrid coming out from Telomere.
I'd love to see, the classic Kings Row, maybe a little Dorado. When am I going to get Route 66 back? When am I going to go to Big Earls? That's what I want to know.
We had those chances, but it was rarely. I would say for the entire end of the season. Oh, another hybrid.
Amatera Widowmaker, maybe.
I'm ready for some Widow action.
We'll see if they choose attack or defense first. For keeping things PG. I'm kind of hoping that they attack first.
Oh, yes. Not the atmosphere down.
I've commentated a lot of disparities in matches. I've commentated Lunatic High crushing smaller, less-known orgs, basically non-org indie grassroots teams. I've commentated Korea versus a weak World Cup region. And I got to say, sometimes when you choose defense first, it gets a little rough.
We'll see if they attack or defend first. It's going to be Blizzard World Hybrid map.
I'm just hoping for Amatera Widow. And attack first, Telomere. Widowmaker.
Milgaru, Wrecking Ball.
So it's tough to actually attack with Widowmaker unless you get the opening pick on Blizzard World. But they have Shizuku here with the Shizuku, to say it correctly, with the boost. So I think he's just going to go for a pop-up.
Boost and the pull from the Life Weaver.
Yeah, then he could just get back and swap.
It seems like we'll have the one power shot.
Sora is going to look for a Sonic Arrow maybe to start as well. Nope, never mind.
Yeah, I think that's Sora with the SOURA as in 4.
Yeah. Oh, there's the pick you're looking for. Now you can swap and look for a quick dive.
Hey, Wolf.
Here we go.
This might be the timing.
Could be. Milgaru is on the Wrecking Ball.
But Milgaru can't stall.
Oh, no.
Oh. This is one.
The voice lines in Japanese as well.
This is one really good Wrecking Ball player. That's Milgaru.
Well, that does kind of put a bit of a wrench into the gears of Insomnia, or rather, Telomere's attack. As Pete swapped over to the Winston here. They're building a decent amount of nano charge. Hinasaku knocked off and now picked again.
Oh, one traded, though. So, this one gone on the back line. Let's go to sleep. Unless you thought Telomere actually had some chances, but then when you remember that Undersea still alive, Milgaru doing his work.
Yeah, it just took so long for PP to get that kill because Aiku has his Bionade, he has the health pack. They do have spawn advantage, but with this late kill onto Sora, it's looking kind of disastrous. And this is a pile driver angle. This might actually get a minefield just off of this pile driver and a little bit of basic damage.
Depending on how many you can hit. Yeah, ever since the new... Oh, not for 08. Let's get that last hit.
Yep.
Into running away.
Bit of a kill steal.
Amateru.
And that should be the reset here. As that's going to push Pete back. Hinasaku down kill. Again.
Ever since the buff, that Nate has been doing some more work.
True.
From the Ana players.
Duplicate is ready. I wonder if he'll just dupe the Ana and we'll have double nano onto Milgaru. That's what I want. He's fine. He's all right. All right, give me that double nano, Insomnia. Undersea steals Shizuku. They go for nano boost onto Milgaru. Then Aiku gets his second nano boost.
Oh, Undersea. Still in the air. Sora.
Don't kill him. I said duplicate him.
Well, they can't listen to you.
I know. We're also
Sora,
on a delay.
Second from the Tracer.
Okay. Maybe it's going to take him a while to get back.
I'm just going to call him Sora from now on.
Yeah, I mean I think that's what.
Yeah, usually there are a lot of Japanese players who types 4 and then pretends like that's an A.
Yeah, he might also be a Kingdom
happen.
Hearts fan. We don't know. As Miyukawa is
Sour
looking
4,
for the angle.
Yeah. There's a dupe.
Hey, he's doing it! He's doing it!
There's Nano. Dart blocked by the barrier. There's
No!
inside.
He lost the Nano. He didn't get it. They're still
Chasing
winning.
down the target, still there. Pete inside with Amateru. Yugaru found the target. Oh, the entire team with him. They didn't even take the entire team effort.
Yeah, they're just kind of split. So there's
3 kills.
2 outnumbers on the team fights. They win both sides. Sora is going to have to back away. Didn't have to recall, it looks like. So that's some good news. Is they have the nano boost for Pete now. This is the fight that they need to win. And they'll still get one more. They still got one more.
Yeah, still
they still got one more.
Maybe 1 point. No, minefield. Out here.
Still get one more. One more. Run back to spawn. Back to spawn.
Yes,
one more.
You did it.
Okay, here we go. Last chance. Miyugaru, give him a chance.
You can't hook on the blue.
But you can hook on the white.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, here we go. Nano boost at the ready.
Miyugaru's behind them. I think so. I think he's, yeah, okay, he's on top now.
Oh, he slept. That's Primal still. He needs to get on the point.
There's Nano.
Somebody has to touch.
With the rage.
Touch.
So we'll jump into it, but with just the 2. There's Amateru with the duplicate. Wrecking Ball still staying alive, but after.
They got a tick. That's big.
They did.
Winnable. Now all they need to do, G-Clef, is full hold Insomnia. And they can bring their first map.
Tracer needed at least a 2-3K on that pulse. Did not happen. 1 tick will be it for the first round.
They don't need anything anymore but a full hold. All they got to do is stop Insomnia from getting 42%. 41.3. So it's a little bit tougher, but
where'd you get that 3 from?
No, 41.2.
Yes.
You know, if they get 41.2, then it's a tie. Okay, they have to get 41.3.
Oh, this mine.
Yeah, this was pretty large.
I almost think that Insomnia, Miyugaru's talking to his teammates saying, okay, you guys stay on the back. I'll make sure to at least go back with some HP left. So I do all the damage.
Yeah, I'm putting in my Miyugaru vote. I'll be honest, like he was pretty good in the first 2 maps, so this one kind of takes the cake for me. I wanted to give it to Aid, but looks like his bro's going to get it for me this time around. So let's see what they want to run on defense here. It looks like they're basically the same, which is quite strong, obviously, on the Aid defense. I was hoping we were going to see Amateru Widow because he looks pretty good at it. Very risky though, because if you die once, it's just done. Aid will also look for his own opening shot here.
Especially if you're
Alari
defending.
too.
Alari going full attack mode.
I don't know if they'll keep it, but I don't know if it matters.
I think Miyugaru will just push them off, make them go off the position, and Widow just takes a hit.
Yeah, that's the plan here. Let's see what this opening shot looks
see
like.
What happens? Double the hook. Wrecking Ball hook. Widow hook. If he got the headshot onto that jumping monkey, that would be insane. No one directly open in the sight line. Here's Underseas Tracer duel.
Yep.
Inside.
No recall for Underseas, so he needs to be careful.
He's got no direct help. Got one. There's a shot.
Pete's solo as well.
Delivering one. So nice shot. With the flick.
Well, this is kind of a disaster. The point is being capped, and that's
the
it.
tick and the 40%.
41.3. GG.
0.2.
Wasn't it 0.3 they needed? I'm pretty sure it was 0.3.
Yes, 0.3.
Tell us, chat.
Yes.
I need to know, chat. Who's right, me or G-Club?
Is it 0.3 or 0.21? That's the thing.
I don't think it goes to hundredths of a percent, does it?
Does it actually?
Because
I don't know. I can't really dive into the programming how it counts.
I mean, you might be right. Either way, Insomnia with a pretty dominant win here, and that's going to be their second of the season. That will push them up to +4, and at the very moment, will actually move up to first place, dethroning Lazuli, who also 3-0'd Telomere yesterday. But we'll see who ends up picking up Player of the Match, because I'm looking at Aid. We're looking at Milgaro. Undersea,
Undersea at the beginning, maybe. Aid got some decent headshots, some extra work. Milgaro just kept the gates closed. I mean, solid there, especially on the Blizzard world. I mean, a lot of contestants for that MVP.
Yeah, I mean, when it's a one-sided game like this, everybody has a part to play, and I hate that. How do I put this? Casting these games makes me feel both excited for the future of this team, but also depressed for how it's going to be for them. I hope they don't get discouraged because
for the just upcoming few weeks at least.
Yeah, because this was arguably a little bit tougher than what Lazuli did.
Insomnia is supposed to be at least top 3 for the season.
Yeah, I would say
I think
so.
they would say top 3 or even top 2 with the roster.
Yeah, for me, I'm looking at, like, obviously you have Nyam Gaming is a new contender. Varrel is the one that's supposed to be first, right? But even they are looking a little bit shaky. I'm looking at, you know, the new Nyam Gaming, as we will see POG. It's Aid, actually, who does end up getting it.
Aid.
If you voted after map 2, which most people do, I think that's fair, because let's watch the Dynamites fly. Obviously, this really cool rollback Deadeye. Bam. That was pretty slick. Ends up getting a 3K here.
Exactly right target with the low HP members.
I'm waiting for that Dynamite. Here we go. Dynamite, the Bob.
The Soravasa.
Bob's going in. Bam, Dynamite. Look at this. Ooh.
It's just shooting range from on top.
Yeah. I think this is a warranted vote. Milgaro played really well on all the maps and had a really fun Blizzard World, so I kind of just pivoted to him there at the end. But ultimately, a pretty Aid-focused series, as you can see here. Also, his pick is what gets them the win.
That was a really some sweet shot there.
Yeah. But yeah, so we have teams like Varrel, who are obviously strong. New Nyam. MFC, a contender, for sure. Revati. You know, we've seen the ceiling of this team to a certain extent, but definitely could be one that comes back as well in the later parts of the round robin to actually make a run for top 2. It's hard to know right now. I feel like it's much less cut and dry. The last season, we're like 100% Varrel 6 below, and then we're like, yeah, I guess Insomnia is pretty good. So we had like a clear top 3. This time, it feels a little bit more murky.
Yep, that's going to be it for the first match, and we'll have a lot more chances to talk about these teams because we'll have a lot more games with the season. That's it for the first match. We do have 2 more after the break, so don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everyone. We are in the second match of Japan, the last day of the week, as Japan started a week after the other regions, so you do have to remember. But here, it's Varrel, the best team in Japan, out there again. But let's see if any teams are going to be breaking any maps off of them realistically.
Yeah, Lazuli did play against Telomere and 3-0 them, but otherwise we don't know anything. So that's not really a good tell as to this team's current power level. It was a 5-game series between Nyam and Varrel last time, but Nyam actually looks really good. So I think a lot of people saw the results and they're like, wow, like Varrel almost lost to Nyam. Varrel is bad now, but this is not the Nyam from Stage2.
Yeah,
It's
Nyam,
a really good team.
I think it's a lot stronger
definitely.
in terms of teamwork and the experience overall. So viewership incentive, we forgot about this. So there it is, 2 hours. I'm already into 8 hours. I'm almost at 10 hours.
Wow, G-Clef's hardcore.
Yeah, I know. But
so you're trying to get your weapon
charm now? All it took was one Japanese broadcast. It was like 7 hours.
Yeah, I wasn't able to catch that one live, so I'm a little bit behind myself.
Yeah, make sure to get it in until August 29th. So you only have about 2 weeks left now. So just 10 hours. Have it up.
Get your hours in.
Get everything. It's
you know what happens after you get 10 hours,
what happens?
though, and you keep watching? You just get to enjoy OWCS. It's great. It's actually pretty sick. Like
I would hit 40 hours.
It doesn't show up there, but actually after 10 hours is like you just have an amazing enjoyment for the broadcast.
After the 10, the secret mission unlocks.
Yeah, and I could see, you guys can't see the badge, but with my special vision, I can actually see the extra badge that you get in Twitch chat if you put that many hours in. So I see you guys out there. I see you 12-hour guys.
Yeah, I see a lot of 1s and 2s, but I see the extra badges in front.
So this roster, as you mentioned, no changes, right? Nico, Kyuki, KSG on the tank lineup. He's a solo tank. Mint and Cloud on the support lineup. Mihawk sometimes plays DPS. When they're happy gaming, they'll sub him in. I don't think we'll be seeing that today in this match against Lazuli, but Varrel, one of our big favorites from last season, back again.
Yep, exactly. The only change was last season with Plankton leaving the team.
That's right.
After that, nothing else.
He retired, so
yeah, he did say goodbye on Twitter. And other than that, Mihawk sometimes in as a Widow or the support line, and that is about it, depending on the map. But this season, I don't think they have been using Mihawk much. And also, we'll see if there are any matches that requires him to be in.
I think this roster is really strong. Obviously, Nevis is a great support player. Kiru moving in as well. And Leonoptrix, one of the most fun players to watch back from the Insomnia days of last season. And then the DPS lineup is pretty crazy with Hidden. But Shui, the ex-Runaway player, very, very strong. Genji, very strong flex DPS, is really the scariest part of this roster for me. He has Echo in his repertoire as well. This roster does have, on paper, the tools to beat Varrel. We'll see if they can get it done today. I'm expecting Varrel 3-1. That's my prediction going into this one.
I think Lazuli, on roster, they have really good talents, but it is still too early of a season to go up against Varrel. The matchup schedule just had to be this early. So I would also say 3-1, very likely, even with 3-0, because Varrel is already a completed, should I say,
they have
Pentagon in terms of the numbers that you can say.
Yeah.
Attack, teamwork, experience. They got the stats already in the max level, basically, for Varrel. But Lazuli, they're about level 30, maybe getting up to 35. If you think about level max is 99. I think the teamwork has to be worked on in a lot of ways. And, so, again, Samoa time.
How about Somolesa?
Somolesa!
Stop giving this map every time! Admins are flipping a coin, or what's a 3-sided? What would you flip that's 3-sided? Because we have 3 control maps in the map pool.
Or a dice with just a double.
3-sided die, like a little, I don't know, they're doing a triangle. I don't know what it is, but it's clearly weighted on the Samoa side, because we keep getting this map every time. And it's okay, it's a good map. I like it, but
after all that,
I'm hoping for a little Lijiang. I haven't had any Nepal games. I haven't had a single game in Nepal that I've cast yet. I want it, but I'm not going to get it in this
You want it? Not going to get it yet. Let's get it to Samoa. Varrel, Lazuli. Let's see what happens in map 1.
Might have to put a little phone call in, see if I can ask for a little Nepal action. Would that be considered tampering? Would that be considered ruining the tournament if I did a little wink wink, if I like slid a little like Obegwan under the table?
Paused.
Yeah, we could talk about this now. If I slid like a little Obegwan under the table, I was like, how about Nepal for the 3rd series?
Nepal?
I think that would be career ending for me, right? If I tried to bribe them to do a different map. Probably shouldn't do that.
Yeah, you should never speak about it
I would never
again.
do that. I'm letting you guys know publicly right here. I would never do that.
You shouldn't do that.
Cliff, give me the cacao talk after this. We chat up with the guy.
Okay, I will give you the message that you should never do that. Of course,
I would never do that.
We've seen some Legion games. I believe a lot more from Korea, especially, but not much from Japan. I believe.
Yeah, it was
Nepal last week.
We did see Nepal on Monday, I believe, in Japan.
And one Pacific, I think.
Pacific as well, yeah. It's been mostly Samoa, though.
I'm getting confused a little bit because Japan started this week and Korea Pacific started last week. So
that's right.
I keep on calling this is week 1, but week 1 has been done last week. So my brain's kind of not functioning in that way.
Yeah, the reason why, if you guys didn't know, Japan was delayed was that Stage 0 tournament for the high school squad to qualify. They have, and obviously played both of their matches already here this week. And that's going to be, they'll be able to take a break moving into week 2. I don't know what the pause is about. I should probably like press this button to get the secret info.
No info yet, or your button is broken.
Oh, I got the info.
There it
Hidden has
is.
a ping issue. Okay, that's what it is. So
hidden?
Yeah.
Or okay.
I mean, it's not that the ping issue is hidden and we don't know about it. It's like hidden from Lazuli has a ping issue.
Ah, okay. I'll only
the ping issue is
LZ.
known. It's visible to us.
Okay.
It's just that the player hidden
Ping
has
issue is always important, especially when you're playing FPS.
Yes.
We're not playing card games here.
No.
As card games ping issue, well, maybe we can
We're not
work
playing
around
competitive rock, paper, scissors here.
Rock, paper, scissors, ping issues are very
Actually,
important.
that's kind of a big deal.
Either you open or not. You have to, you have to see it.
That's true.
On the fly, you just open it up and you win.
And we're not playing competitive coin flipping here.
Competitive coin flipping, is that a thing?
It is if you want it to be, G-Clef.
Okay, especially when you want to. Oh, we are actually on pausing in 3, 2, 1.
Oh, right. Well, you were about 1 second off, but it's okay.
That's okay. I almost got it. I literally just did that, and they matched it. Thank you, production.
Okay, KSG's going to play Diva. He loves Diva. He didn't get to play it that much last season because it wasn't very meta. Only on, like, Midtown.
Kicking back in Tracer.
And he was playing a lot of Doomfist. As, yeah, it's just going to be otherwise Cassidy and the Tracer comp here with the Ana.
And Leon Optics back here. Always his favorite hero, Ramat. Nico. Gotta be careful. Cassidy off to the side along with Kyuki. Trying to flank a little bit. Going around. There's a Tracer. Marking this rotation from Varrel. Lazuli really doing a great job responding against this. There's the some focus damage. Still survives after the recall. Still distance away. So everyone still safe after all that.
Nev is doing some great heals here, keeping Leonoptrix full, and this comp definitely has a lot of longevity.
This is a game already. I like it.
Yeah. I think this is going to be really tough for Varrel to win now. I think they have to give it up.
Oh, hidden. Almost. Just a shot away. Or 2. This neutral.
Yeah. Should be Varrel losing control now, though. They have not actually gotten the cap itself, but it's just hard to break this Ramatra. KSG, you can see, has to keep rotating in and out, and that's the cap to Lazuli.
Exactly. Perfect read. That was after the recall. We'll be losing Nika first. There's an object with the kill with the Ash. Tracer putting out maximum.
They really want a fast flip here, but I don't think they're going to get it. Pulse connects.
There it is.
And Varrel doubled down on a lost team fight to try to get a fast flip. They ended up getting a lot of ult charge, but it means that Lazuli not only get the cap here, but we'll get some additional free percentage. Ooh, and the stagger onto Kyuki. That is huge. They are in a bit of trouble at the beginning of this one. Lazuli, clean start, though. Playing around Leonoptrix. When you have a Ramatra on the point, doesn't matter what your healers are necessarily, as long as you can keep them topped up. It's just so difficult to break. KSG now going to match. But obviously we'll have an ult deficit as a result.
Yeah, that Ram, especially Leo. Oh, KSG even switching into the Ramatra to match up. for the extra block that you can provide for the team. A lot of ultimates being saved by both. There's a pulse from Kyuki. Gonna go wide directly into down.
Yeah, I got the Amp Matrix
else.
or the Amp Matrix and the Immortality Field with that pulse.
Now
Good dynamite.
will survive in the side room. We'll push a little further, looking for the kill. Gets two. Leonoptrix doing the opposite to trade it. Hidden with the Bob.
Such a great 1-2 punch here from Varrel. The Mint is down though.
Kyuki a little dangerous. Leonoptrix tried to juggle around the shield a little bit, but low HP. But that will be Varrel coming. Oh,
so
hold up. Some more hold.
Kyuki ends up getting the early Immortality Field out of Lazuli, as well as the Amp Matrix gets dropped instantly after that. I think maybe fearful he might die, but didn't have a great line of sight there. And then the supports were just completely cut off. KSG goes Nemesis form and just punches them down to death. Actually now has matched Leonoptrix's ultimate. This is anyone's round to take now. Varrel obviously massively behind in percentages, but have even ult economy. Just need to win one fight, and then they're golden on this one. Looks like such a great start for Lazuli, but fantastic play from KSG. And Kyuki as well to set it up.
Still miles away from Varrel. Only 30% if they lose anyone. Right now there's a stick. And that's a pulse. Nico dead. But not for long. Annihilation has to pop. Vint down. That's two gone. KSG trying to turn things around. They stole enough time. They do have the point. Wow.
Yeah, Noptrix
with
is
Lucio dead and Nico.
He's just chasing, but he's not actually able to get any kills quickly enough. This should still be Lazuli's recap here, but Varrel buying a ton of time. Kyuki's about to get recall.
Kyuki's there. There's a stick. There's the revenge coming down from Kyuki. And
Nico
finally, the annihilation, but still the Ramatra goes down.
Yeah, this was very sloppy.
For such a long time.
Very sloppy from Lazuli. Great pulse from Kyuki, and KSG is just popping off. He's going to swap over to Orisa. He has so much armor with this pick, so valuable in a low ult economy fight.
That's
I really like that swap.
And Wolf, I think the chances of Lazuli actually taking this just went down by 15-20% just after that fight. I think they was having the feeling that they almost have this against Varrel, but they're coming back huge. There's KSG, the lifesaver on the team. But Orisa now with the Nano. Bring down both. Ramatra not as strong, of course. Not just that, KSG is trying to be the MVP with just one single map.
KSG just put this team on his back and carried. And Kyuki was like sitting on his back like a parrot, like
KSG.
sits on a pirate's shoulder, you know? And KSG and Kyuki, the two of them, the backbone of this team. So many great setups from Kyuki with Pulse, getting some critical eliminations, buying time, managing his recalls well. Like watch. Okay, this is the Shui stick. I thought we were going to see a Kyuki highlight. This is another Shui stick.
Shui actually had really good chaser moments.
Yeah.
Had about
this is the Kyuki.
Triple the snipes, which led Lazuli to lead so hard in the beginning.
But I mean, KSG in Nemesis form just kept catching targets and punching them to death, and his Annihilation was extremely high value as well. He's going to swap over to Winston now. It looks like we're going to have Winston Tracer, Ash here for the second point.
For the dive to jump potential.
And this is quite strong, but if Leonoptrix can get on the point, they have a strong front line here.
Yeah, there's that ram from Leonoptrix, plus that Dismay can stall big time coming out from Lazuli, but if they can sustain, not for long, that will be KSG immediately gone. With less of a sustain coming back from the back, there was Winston basically alone from Varrel. So this first point, which opens up in a second, Lazuli will grab its first. Very likely with Q-Loud. Even falling right behind Leonoptrix. That's a third before he goes down.
This is wild, the amount of Ramatra value we are seeing on this first map. That's the cap, as you say. Shui has half a Blizzard. Leonoptrix actually picked, though, and it's going to take him a long time to get back. Kiro might actually have to go and taxi him over, which means that Varrel will get neutral control.
And with the way May wall, so Varrel going around to those lower grounds.
They're not actually taxing
First, there's the May.
Big purple.
Really nice timing on that purple from Q-Loud coming down from Varrel. Leonoptrix should be back. Yes, there he is, but a little too late. The damage has been done. Varrel, the tempo control from this team has been excellent.
Without the barrier there from Leonoptrix, I mean, it's really hard to set up there. And he came back like right after the purple, but it was too much damage by Cloud already. And I think Lazuli could have sent Kiro back, but they were scared they wouldn't have enough healing there. They want to focus on Shui getting the Blizzard. We're unable to do so, so risky play does not pay off. Great Bionade from Cloud means that we're now nearly evened up here on this second round.
Mint. Good barriers in the front. Akula ready with the nano on the back. Already onto Winston. Jumps directly in, but there's a field getting that off first. And Nico KSG will just continue to stomp on them. Passing that 33% mark. Lazuli on the backside now.
Yeah, no need to Primal. Have Sound Barrier coming up pretty even with Kiro in that regard. And the Annihilation value here can be quite high with Blizzard, but you have to somehow get onto the point, as we'll watch Shui here.
Yeah, that was a clean fight from Varrel with just a nano.
He has the ice wall he can use to try to cut this team in half and set up the big Blizzard.
On this Samoa, the beach, the one wall usually doesn't do much unless
it's
it
quite
traps
open.
a lot. Yes, there are a lot of ways to just go around.
There's the wall, but it's not great, as you said.
Splitting the middle, they can just jump over. There's a Matrix from Navis, and the Blizzard coming down. But are there any targets that are actually being frozen? No, the Monkey's doing a lot of work. There's a bomb in the window. Everything coming down from Lazuli, except for the Annihilation. Mint going down. No Sound Barrier was available there. Still coming out on top. It might be Varrel on the point. Here's Leo getting slept. At least the Annihilation is still there. Just popping, but was so low with the purple.
Yeah, nothing he can do there. Should have annihilated, I think, during the Sound Barrier, but he waits too long. I think that's going to be the first map. Going over to Varrel there, an initial pick, but the health bars are too low. The Blizzard, very low value. It was a really good point you made about the ice wall, because on a lot of other maps, sometimes you could just cut the team into a choke point or into a doorway, and then like there's two players on the front of the wall in front of your team. You just beam them down or Blizzard them, and then you end up turning the fight into a 5v3. You put that wall down, they're just like, all right, cool, and just walk around it. The Blizzard didn't really freeze anybody.
Unless you can perfectly have that in the corner and trap them somehow, but with the combo of Varrel, it's going to be really hard to trap even one target. And if you use too much resource on one target, then you already lost the team fight.
I mean, the Ashe is so far away. The Tracer is just going to blink out.
Yeah,
the
Lucio's
Winston's going to leap
wall out.
Exactly. Who do you really catch? Like
Ana,
Batiste?
maybe?
Yeah, or Ana, rather. Yeah. They were running the Batiste. The Ana's on the other side. The Ana, maybe you could catch, but she's also far away.
Yeah, Kulau's already in position, along with the Ashe, so I think that was going to be really hard, regardless of what happened. But May, good for stall on beach somewhat, but it depends on the opponent comp, how you use the wall, not just the ability that you have. It's sometimes you have to make the best out of it, but against the combo of Varrel, you can't really do much right there.
I'm going to check and see where they took us. Oh, wait, no, that's right. I was going to say, I don't remember Lazuli having any map picks.
A map?
Yeah, they didn't lose any maps, so they don't have any map pick data. So we don't know where they're going to take us.
I'm guessing Colosseo, because a lot of the previous Insomnia, Leonoptrix and Gotham, and they did have heavy opinion on the push oftentimes. Especially against the stronger teams.
I do feel like they also really liked going to serve Asa, so I think that could be an option for them. Leonoptrix was, I feel like his best map type was Flashpoint. Even though I think he may have preferred push, I think just from watching, in my opinion, I thought he was better at Flashpoint. His Junker Queen is really good. I also think that his Ramatra was decent, but did get outclassed by a KSG. If you want to run May, Shambali is an option. Saravasa is an option. You definitely don't want to go to push. You definitely don't want to go to hybrid. I don't know if they really want to run May. May is in a really weird spot in this meta right now in Japan, where a lot of teams are just kind of tossing it out there. It's not finding a lot of success. It feels like a comfort pick for some players.
Not much.
Like Tayo found some decent success with it, but there were also maps where he looked a little bit lost on it. I do think that there's a world in which you could run a May comp on a lot of different maps, but you have to pick the right ones for it. This Samoa, you can make it work, right? But they were just completely outranged. I think May is not meta in Korea for a reason. It's just that teams know that they could just pick her off, force her ice block out early.
I think May, if there is a map, there are some maps, but if you can force a longer neutral fight, maybe you can get one good headshot off. Maybe you can get one pick off. That's usually the goal, unless you want to have the big-time stall. But which in this meta it doesn't really happen that much because there are so many other comps that can just jump you or flank you from the side.
Yeah.
That's a lot more common than stalling.
There's been a lot of changes to Mei. Like when she first was released, her right clicks felt insane. Like there were so many heroes you could actually just one shot basically with a headshot with that, or put them down to like 0.
It was supposed to be a hard headshot because with
Yeah.
the projectiles.
Then they nerfed it a lot, and obviously some of the heroes in Overwatch got buffs to their health on a few patches ago. So and like projectiles got buffed, and like basically the way you fire got buffed for DPS. But right click for Mei isn't really going to be too impacted by that, and with the extra health, it's a little bit tougher to actually find success. Sakume will be coming in here for Lazuli. I think we did see this substitution in their last series, just map to map, which they had 3-0'd, but I think they just want to give some more playtime. It might have been they started Sakume, but either way.
Because Lazuli, they do have a triple DPS and a triple support lineup.
Yeah.
And also the tank, so they have a lot of room to actually go around. This meta, I think, Leon Optrix, usually a RAM player does play a few others, but it doesn't really go off of that field, go into like bigger range of
He doesn't
hero
go
pool.
Wrecking Ball. He doesn't play.
That's usually where
Orisa.
Gotham comes in with the Winston and a few other heroes that.
That's a really good point. Leon Optrix, when it was a Doomfist meta last season, like there was a little while, especially in Japan. Like Japan kept the Doomfist meta for like an extra week. Doomfist meta, he didn't play Doomfist. Orisa meta, he didn't play Orisa. Those are picks that he doesn't really enjoy. I mean, he played it a little bit, but obviously was kind of uncomfortable on it. Eichenwald is pretty hype. I am happy to see this. It's my first time this season. I'm not sure if it's been played yet, actually, in Korea or Japan just yet. If it did, I must have missed the game. But either way, a rarer pick here. And it's pretty tough to run Mei here. So I don't think we'll be seeing that. This map just screams Winston. It's a Winston map. Probably have to run Winston, especially outside of A.
Yeah.
Ramatra kind of playable on A, but otherwise...
Some Reinhardts, if you want to defend hard. But this map, point A and the rest, it works like that. Point A, you have a different comp, and the rest, you have a different comp to play with. That's Eichenwald. As with the dubstep music, let's go in on the second game. Let's see if Varrel takes us into a 2-0 or Lazuli strikes back.
An old relic of the Omnic Wars.
The mother nature around him.
That's Bastion's father. That's Bastion's comrade.
Robot has fathers? Oh, man.
That's Reinhardt. He's dead just like he is in the meta. When is he coming back?
Right now.
Every time I
As you
see
speak.
that dead Reinhardt, I'm like, oh, feels bad.
KSG?
Okay, a
Queen.
Junker Queen attack? Question mark?
Teleport against the Winston. Q-Lao just going in like a madman.
Actually crazy?
Just to
Commanding
catch the
shout?
Winston. And Lazuli, they can't respond perfectly against this. On point. After just 20 seconds.
Oh my god.
Oh.
Shui is taken out by the Junker Queen and the Kiriko left.
That
click.
was a full court press from the basketball. Just going straight in.
Yeah. I don't know what that means, but I'll say yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if that was a perfect reference, but yeah. And they end up just going down. It says, okay, position lost. We can't win. That's A.
That is not. That is not.
543?
Yeah, that's not what you want to see as Lazuli, unfortunately. Leonatrix had to leap early, and then Shui was actually caught alone and taken out. So, I mean, those are the two key factors of that first push. Varrel just going to swap and go, all right, mission accomplished.
Yeah.
We're playing meta now. And they go
That's
straight
exactly
to
point
Winston,
A.
Tracer, Echo. Leonoptrix going to stick with the Winston. Has an ult lead, but that's all he's got. And they have the high ground.
Lazuli, they had the response, so we'll come back to the high ground with a comfortable position. But there is that Kyuki. The Stickies doing some work. Not enough to get the direct kill. Shui. On that Echo, let's see how well we can respond against Kyuki, one of the best Echo out there. Leonoptrix not really coming down from the perfect place that he might have not wanted. Nico still around the payload. There's the Winston jumping on top. TSG doing some harass. Still surviving.
Oh, the Omnotrix leaping first. He is so dead.
Ooh,
not the
down.
angle he was looking for.
Lacking damage after that Echo going down first.
So, a lot of key things happened in that fight. Shui used his flight early, then fell back down. He didn't have to recall also, so the DPSs are out. Then KSG gets high ground with his leap, where the rest of the supports are. They can't defend themselves very well. They're kind of kiting back. And then that's the moment when KSG goes in alone. Or sorry, that's when Leonoptrix goes in alone. And KSG is just like, okay, now I have my leap back. You're dead. Just way more coordinated here from Varrel, to be honest with you, G-Clef. They both have nanos. However, for this next fight...
Yeah, Sakume, nano in. Nico recalls back. There's the Tracer. Leonoptrix got it.
Good sleep from Sakume.
Also KSG.
But
at the power up, still Rage yet to be used from both. Double Tracer from Lazuli. Lose the back line. KSG has to pop that Rage, low HP.
He just bumped his head on the wall and fell down. So that looked very strange. This might actually just be an insanely fast second cap. As Primal here for Leo he's just dead, man. He's purpled. He didn't get to pick
again with the pulse, but it was just 1 kill away from the 5. Will not have the rally.
I mean, it's a long run back. Yeah.
Might not be able to sustain Varrel.
Cloud also gets picked here with the purple hitting him, so they will be able to defend. Really long run back, spawn advantage to Lazuli right outside the point. Almost a back cap here, but will be shut down. And so that is the end of that push. Lazuli, with that really nice pick from Hidden, saved the day. I don't know what that spray said. He ran away from it too fast. But I'm sure it was something about how awesome he is and how he saved the day, because he did. KSG getting healed up. He's just going to hold this choke point. Burn some cooldowns as Leo, once again, super greedy jump down. We'll have to leap this time to get away.
Yeah, very different playstyle of KSG's Winston and Leo's Winston there, right? Having the back on yourself, Leo. Again, stunned, going for the back line, slept. And with the extra stun, there was so much time.
There's a different way to play. Again, I don't want to criticize Leonoptrix, one of my favorite players, as I said earlier, but there's a different way you can play defensive Winston where you wait for them to engage as almost a back cap. But, I mean, they're winning the fight.
Oh, they stepped outside. Okay, 2.5. They can't stay near the payload too much with the Winston down. Oh, he's back now.
Well,
but the bubble a little too, maybe a second too late. Duplicate here from Kyuki. Double Tracer.
Yeah.
You can only use too many sleep darts. And that's hidden down.
So Leo could have played a little bit more, forcing Varrel to go in. Yeah, he's going to look for it, but they get the cap. I don't think he cares. He just wants to get out with his life. Okay, wait a minute.
They're pushing with Echo on the third?
They don't even need to do this, but they are, and it's working.
Don't even use the Echo for the final push. You don't really have that much space to fly. KSG still holding on the side. Is Winston hiding on the back.
I mean, this is going to be an insane timing.
Grabbing a lot of attention, but not taking as much damage with the Rage available. Hushubi. That's a bit too crazily hot, the stickies.
The bubble blocking the beam. And he just can't get that execute.
That's some extra help from the teams. To get one down, that's a trade with Hidden.
KSG on the flank here is looking for the back line, completely exposed.
Oh, what a dart! And from Sakume.
All right, Varrel just need to regroup, G-Clef. This is getting crazy. Like, we're practically inting here. Like, they just wanted to get an insane time bank, and if they won that team fight, obviously they would have ended up with, 230, 240. They did not, though. They got a dupe out of Shui, so that's a small win. But if they just regroup, they have much better chances. They do have the nano boost now. They didn't waste ultimates. They just wasted some time. But they used it to build ults.
Oh, Hidden? Hello there, Nico. Free kill.
That might be either he just wanted to reset or perhaps a DC.
He was talking to his teammate and didn't really see that coming.
That's very bizarre.
Especially when you're angry. That does happen because that's me. Varrel. There's a rally. First out of 5.
He was typing in chat, like, question mark, I don't know. That's not normal, as here comes the Primal.
A little early, but had to be used. With the Nano. Dropping the bubble, will be laying some tards. There's a Rage from TSG and the Kyuki duplicate once again. Leo does get. Oh, but Nano hasn't been used by Varrel. So that will be the save for the next fight. But a lot of resources has been dropped from both.
Sakume is having a great game. They get another purple onto Cloud, and Cloud can't bio himself to keep himself alive if he is purpled, so that's a great target. He's been hitting him pretty consistently. That means no nano for KSG after the Primal expires.
Ooh, that was dangerous. Good save. And after all that, we're talking minute 15.
Yeah, might not be able to complete the map. I mean, used a lot of their tools.
There's a nano, whoa, but Leo dead. Perfect timing from Nico's balls. PSG trying to target Shui into the room, but the payload has been pushing by 3. If you can get that kill, there it is. Kiro down. The payload not being handled. 2.3. Leo's back. Hit his balls with a double.
He reconnected G-Clef. He's back in it, but I think he need more. They need more than that.
Can't get the hold. There's some members there.
PSG.
Low HP though. And Lazuli should be stabilizing things after all this.
Okay.
Especially after that pulse was a lifesaver for the team.
They might have 2 primals in this next fight, which is insane. And Sakume, if he just hits a big bio grenade when that's all happening, he should be able to get nano. They have so many tools to buy time. And look how far back Nico is with the swap onto the Cassidy late here. It will take a lot for Varrel to break through and win this fight, especially with Kyuki losing half of his health. He's going to be able to build a dupe unless he gets picked, though. But still, advantage to Lazuli.
Double Winston from Lazuli. 10 seconds. Have to get the payload. But distance away. PSG jumps into the side, but no one can touch. There's a jump. With the rage. Bit of a flip into positioning with just the 2 in the front. Weird positioning from Varrel. Can they stay? The answer is no with the nano onto Leo. With the rage, Nico in sleep. And a lot of the members from Varrel just could not be handled. The back and front just too far away to be cared. And that will be it with just a 2-point.
That's what we call in the business a little bit of happy gaming from Varrel. A little bit of showmanship, a little bit of trying to finish the map with, 230, 240. Ending up not finishing the map at all. When they had ult advantage, they pushed the issue way too hard. After having an amazing time bank. Now, obviously, finishing hybrid is quite challenging, and it's not like a common thing that you see, especially in pro leagues like this one.
Oh, yes.
But he didn't bought a ton of time. We'll see a replay of when he was actually moving. Pulse here.
It moved into Tracer.
Yeah, it looks like Mint tried to shield bash to buy some distance there, and then ended up taking his teammate with him.
I think Tracer just recalled in to that pulse, too.
So I want to go back to Leonoptrix because I wanted to talk about how he was playing Winston there on the B defense and how it didn't really work out. And obviously on attack it's going to change, but he was really trying to get into the backline repeatedly, but wasn't hitting his timings correctly. So going in too early when KSG had his leap available so he could just come back on top of him and take him down. You can use the high ground to jump on top of people without using your leap. Then you have the leap for the escape. But if you lose half your health bar there and the Winston also has his leap, he could still chase you down. And they have long-range follow-up damage with the Echo, with the Ana. So you need to play a little bit more conservatively. Now he's on the attack, so he's going to have to be the one who makes those calls. But let's see how KSG plays differently now on the defense if he's going to be leaping second and waiting to catch Leonoptrix engages. Right now, he's playing very far forward here.
Yes. Yeah, with those wards, I think you can really differentiate the playstyle of KSG and Leo. Very different playstyle of Winston. Especially the jump timing and how you can hide yourself right behind the angles. Leo just jumped straight in multiple times. There it is again. But with better cover this time. Around the angle.
Good purple, but not a follow-up.
Lazuli trying full force attack again. Just like Varrel did. But Varrel in better position. Around the back room. Shui came close, needs heal. He tried to go for the instant snipe, was not able to do so there. Sakume will be the first to fall, no Ana.
Yeah, Sakume down here means this push is going to lose so much of its longevity. Sui down now as well, hidden no recall. And that should be Varrel cleaning up the first attack, but they got a tick. So still, significant pickup here for the side of Lazuli.
Oh, not even a kill.
Yeah.
You put the point A, your mission is to get at least 1 or 2, right?
If they end up getting that kill, then obviously it's a longer run back, and then they'll have a numbers advantage. Man, Sakume is, like, his bio needs have been so good. Sometimes it doesn't necessarily matter because there's no follow-up, but he's just, every single one he throws is hitting multiple members.
Yeah, especially the throw to the back line.
Yeah.
It's a threat.
So Shui is going to have the dupe on this fight. Another bio nade hits, this time on the Mint.
Quick in, Kuki. Ooh, how did he get that pulse?
No dupe actually after that one, as it turns out.
Yeah, it was getting close. A lot of low HP. Hidden. His pulse has been doing some work on the other side.
That means no rally here. This is definitely a good angle for Lazuli. They can regroup.
Get KSG. Oh, there's Nano and Rage, so don't think it's happening right now. The Baronade to keep yourself alive. So Shui hidden. Couldn't get that kill at the end.
It just Nano's Nico, I think perhaps by accident there, just wanted to use it before he died, which
There's
he does
Bob.
now. Bob buying time.
There, KSG with the Rage, getting some extra kills. Managing up for the missing members with an extra Bob.
Yeah, you know, it looked like it was going to be a rocky fight after Cloud Nano Nico. Nico didn't really get much done with it, but the Bob was good enough.
2 ticks in from Lazuli.
They are kind of out of ultimates, right? I mean, they're going to have the Pulse Bomb here, but that is it. So if Lazuli can't win with this one, I don't think they're going to win it at all. They have the options. They have the tools.
Oh, the purple. And the dive from KSG is good. That combo hits again. Has to pop the Rage and the Pulse. Bakuki goes down. Okay. Chance for Lazuli. To come back hard with Leo's Rage. KSG still doing work. Basically alone.
Nobody's
on
the point. It is
just giving
not,
up.
Yeah, not going to be contested. KSG gets taken out.
Yeah, KSG was way too far off.
Even though Sakame got picked, they trade some kills. They have spawn advantages. This is a much smaller time bank here by about 2 minutes for Lazuli, but it's still very winnable for them, as they will be able to get to the gate here very easily. Kyuki is waiting to see if he can find a pick onto Sakame, ideally.
Kyuki.
Not going to waste it on Leonoptrix. Sakame is his target. Miss.
Waited an extra second for that. Ana still safe. Hidden. Tried the elsewhere. Also fails 6 HP. Kyuki finds him. Must have not had the recall.
Yeah, I used it to try to get that pick on the Sakame and then find himself caught out. As they will be able to back off and regroup, but that's just more time bought here for Varrel.
And Nico on top with the Ash.
That's a huge problem for them because they don't have any way of dealing with it outside of Leonoptrix. So
Exactly.
Well, Leo is just okay. Here he comes.
There's a jump, but the moment he jumps up, he's half HP or less. And KSG is to be handling the rest, making sure no one does the same.
Nano's
Nano.
out.
There's KSG down. This is a chance.
Okay, that was a really clutch Nano there from Sakame. I think without that, Leonoptrix just falls second there and then end up losing the fight. Now they can push this Ash off the high ground like you were talking about. And the push will continue. They will be able to get around this corner. Lazuli, the really clutch team fight there. Sakame playing so well here. I feel like saving this team in so many different moments. Both he and Hidden have just had these really clutch, small moments that have really kept them in this. Shui now has control of this entryway. KSG on a long flank.
It was also kind of weird from Varrel. They were saving a lot of ultimates. Had some chances of available ults at times, but he will start to use it mid with the round. They will instantly be down with the Rage and the duplicate coming down from Shui. Ongoing push with the payload.
Leo down, ult now. Also Shui. And they want to ideally use these ults to finish the point, but they don't even really get a decisive team fight win, so very expensive.
Second time's a miss again.
Shui gonna try to look for the back line here. Good angle.
Good stickies. And the beam. Got one down. Nico had a lot more members.
I don't think they can get out of here.
Yeah, still on the chase. No one else to cover. I think
Card's
KSG
pushing.
was working elsewhere.
Yeah, the card's pushing. They kind of just got cut off from the entrance there. Cloud's going to trade one back at least, but that's actually going to be the cap. Varrel, I feel like, really could just play a little bit slower, and a lot of these fights would go better for them. I think they're trying to get a little bit fancy.
Some
And,
individual plays out there.
like, this map is losable now, actually, believe it or not.
The third point, it's much harder. It's Eichenwald. So there are not that many teams actually complete all the way. It's one of the harder finishers. Hidden again, Pulse Bomb ready to go.
Didn't have to recall. That's pretty huge.
Sleep onto the Nano. Winston. Buy some time, but this is right next to respawn. Oh, dangerous moment of Q-Loud down. No Nano available for Varrel. This payload will be pushing soon enough. With KSG dead.
I think Lazuli have basically done it. I mean, they're going to be able to end up cleaning up Kyuki here. He had to recall. Down he goes. And they have the Nano, or rather, sorry, the Primal, as well as the ability to steal whatever
Mauga.
tank comes out. It's going to be Mauga in this case. Very difficult to defend here for Varrel without
Nano
Bob.
available, but that's just a defensive use, and he's been put to sleep. Everything has to be used by Varrel. Right
Hey, good
now.
Nano. Good Nano.
Kyuki finally doing Decent work onto Anna. Has to recall away. There's Leo. Shui 99%, but still goes down. That was close. Less than a meter left on the payload.
The Nano was so early onto Leo, and then, or the Primal was so early on the Leo's Primal, and then they didn't end up getting the duplicate for Shui either. KSG buys a ton of time. Nano Boost comes out, and I feel like this map has just flipped back and forth so much in these final moments.
It was almost a 3-0 with the duplicate available. I think that could have been over.
Absolutely. Kyuki gonna miss the pulse.
The beam, not going to be connecting with that distance. Mint is going to finish him off. Hidden down. Lazuli still has to wait an extra mile.
They need to wait for Hidden to come back with the pulse, and then Nano Leonoptrix. I think that there's still a winnable fight. They could also Nano Shui when he steals KSG and becomes Mauga. That's another target they could go for. Lots of options here. They have good tools. They just cannot mess this up. A single pick, and that's Varrel's map.
Yeah, Leo not really overstepping with that Nano again now. Double DPS. Pulse Bomb hits Mint. One down. There's this Mauga. Has to be taken care of, but maybe after all the other members. Nico finds one. Both tanks gone. But here's Shui.
Someone has to get on the point.
If you don't have the tank, just make one. 0.07 meters. That's like nothing for Lazuli with the extra 2 kills.
Lazuli did it.
That should be it. Varrel going to be dropping a map here as we tie things up in Eichenwald. 1-1 map score.
Yeah, I am kind of shocked at how that map played out. Like at the beginning, Sakume was the carry. Hidden had his moments. He had some less great moments, but then he came back. And then they just utilized their ults better in the final moments there. And Varrel, instead of just taking their, like, I wouldn't even say small advantages, like the small to medium-sized advantages, and saying, all right, we regroup, we crush this, we finish the map, we have better ult economy. It's almost if they were playing so nervous for some reason, which is unusual for Varrel. They almost lost their last series, so maybe there's some nerves there. They just didn't actually know or identify their ult advantages that they could have used, especially on their attack. But the defense was also a little bit fast and loose. Support's getting split, trying to contest for B. Very messy. This is not the Varrel that I cast in Stage 1.
Indeed. As I think they might have just thought, okay, we should have a lot more ultimates by now, and then let's press everything and just have a perfect 1 defense and buy a lot of time, which didn't happen. There were at least 2 opportunities like that, and I think both were kind of hit or miss. Half done, but not fully completed as how they wanted to happen. That was Eichenwald. Wow, I did not expect this to be a comeback of Lazuli, but we have it on 1 tie. We have a series, Wolf, and we will have a short break when we come back. Map 3. welcome back. Second match of the night, Varrel versus Lazuli and Wolf.
1-1
tied!
That's right.
1-1 tied.
Varrel playing a little bit disrespectfully there on the attack. I think the defense, they kind of got outplayed.
The defense
Yeah.
was the problem, wasn't it?
What
happened there? I couldn't
like,
really tell exactly what happened.
I mean, it just felt like on the attack they were like, "Oh, we owned them. It's so easy. We're gonna just roll forward." Remember when they went for that dupe chase with the tracer duplicate and like went basically all the way to C after capping B? I'm like, maybe it looked kind of good at first, but yeah, but you still have to physically move the cart because you can kill all the bad guys, but if the cart doesn't go, it doesn't matter. Then you used too many tools, and then you get split spawn because people they're trickling in, and they have this spawn advantage. Just don't chase just take a W, set up on the corner. Nevis is coming back in, which is sad because Sakame I felt like was the best performing player in game 2.
Yeah,
but
Diana.
That means they're probably not playing Ana on whatever map we're going to, which makes me feel like it's probably going to be
push or flash.
I think it's gonna be Flashpoint.
Okay, very likely. And also, it almost felt like Varrel had a different IGL. Just honestly,
just
focus on a different target. Kyuki was alone individually. It wasn't detailed IGL coming down from the team.
I felt like a team that was fighting for who was going to get player of the match and not fighting to win the map.
In a lot of ways, yes. We could see a lot of Kyuki. Pulse Bomb just going wide oftentimes, but also not in the covering distance because Nico was all the way in the back. And KSG, the moment we praised his Winston playing
that
a
was
lot,
like the moment it went down.
and then 10 seconds after that, it was Leo actually playing a lot better with the coverage, and then it actually went the other way.
Yeah. So it'll take us a little minute to get Sakame out, Nevis in. We'll get the map for you guys as soon as that is ready, but I'm sure it's already been chosen. We'll just get the graphic popped up.
I would guess Servasa.
That's what I'm guessing as well.
Hey, we're on the same page.
I don't think you would want to play Analyst moving on to push or escort, so it's got to be like Servasa.
I would imagine.
Could
we
be
actually don't know
City,
the map yet,
but probably not.
New Junk City.
Has anyone ever picked New Junk City before?
Anyone?
Not really.
Yes, this season. No, that's a map where we actually see some Bastions coming out and some Ring Around the Rosie, some Genji, some
Mauga, pretty much
some
always.
Cassidy sometimes, and some divas if you really go all the way. Mauga, Orisa is out there.
Mauga in Japan, like, pretty much guaranteed. Yeah. I remember when Mauga stopped being meta after they nerfed him, and then Koreans only played it on New Junk City. I was like, okay, this is the map where you can play Mauga Bastion. And it was really fun. We saw Torbjorn also on New Junk City a little bit.
Yeah, Torbjorn was always a fun.
And
after the first point, the other points, you can actually get a lot more from the Molten Core. It was fun. It was also used in one of the final matches, I think, from either the final of Korea or Asia. There was some Torbjorn action.
Yeah, I did during the seeding tournament. I actually was able to ride Krusty's Wild Ride. Like I rode on it. I went the full circuit. For some reason, I didn't get it. Like I thought if you go on Krusty's Wild Ride, it gives you a T-shirt like I survived Krusty's Wild Ride, but I didn't get one. I'm still a little bit salty about it, but I did do the whole Bastion Torbjorn Wild Ride with Stalker and some shenanigans that went on last season. I'm ready for it again when we get to the seeding tournament for this second part. The Korean teams did not take that tournament as seriously as I thought they would. Maybe they'll take it a little bit more seriously this time around. But we're digressing. So there was a crash of the lobby, or it might not have been a crash, but they're remaking it, make sure the players in the right spots.
Yeah, maybe they had some issues with those.
So we don't know what map it is going to be, but we'll get that soon. I know lobby is being made. I can actually
I think you can check, but not me.
It. Wait, wrong button.
Well, that's
Wait,
a
wrong button.
Screen.
Oh.
Hold up.
I'm keeping it a secret.
How about it ends with an O? Was that too much? Wait, that was a.
All right, how many maps end with O?
3. Yes.
Okay. Take your pick, Chad.
At least 33%.
However, one of said maps is unavailable because it's a hybrid map.
That's right.
So 50-50.
50-50.
Is it Dorado?
Yes.
Or is it Coliseo?
Coliseo Dorado.
If you saw it and didn't tell me, I would guess Dorado.
Dorado is a potential.
but I know what it is.
I would like
So
to see some. Dorado's a classic map that I always have some good moments with the Junkrat. So, not that we're going to see Junkrat in professional play. Well, we had a couple moments last season, not very often.
yeah, I can't remember who played it, but we did see it for like about 17 seconds, and then we were like, all right, that's enough, and then we swapped.
Yeah, there was a couple of moments. I think it was one Pacific, one Korea, or maybe more than that.
I have seen the notification that our lobby was being remade get Control A and then deleted. It disappeared off my screen, so I'm guessing that means the lobby is almost ready. Yeah!
Yes,
It's
and
Coliseum.
the old map is Coliseum with the triple O. That was my hint.
It's 2024. It's August. It's not an Orisa meta. So I'm not sure why Sakame was subbed out. I thought Sakame had a fantastic Ana performance, and if you're going to be running Winston, you need an Ana. We talked about this yesterday, but it's like, okay, Ana heals your Winston, nano boosts your Winston. The other Winston, he's getting heals, he's getting nano boosted, so you can sleep him. That's pretty big. Keeping the Winston healed from a distance, that only Ana could really do. Yeah, it's pretty necessary to have an Ana. So if they're not running the Winston, are they running the Diva?
Maybe just mount out with the Overdrive. Cardiac, you can self-heal a little bit.
Yeah, I'm worried about it, G-Clef. I'm a little bit concerned. Let's see what they run.
Yeah. I wonder what the team comp is going to be, especially from Lazuli. Varrel, just drop the map. Let's see if they can do better this time. Map 3.
So Nevis could be running Batiste, and then they run Cassidy. That's not what I'm seeing on my screen right now, though.
But Nevis usually goes for Kiriko. It's not the issue, and then there's a switch from Kiru.
It is looking like it is going to be that dive Mauga you were talking about, although...
Oh, Leo!
So Insomnia found a decent amount of success with Leonoptrix last season, running this style Junker Queen on Coliseum. Feels a little bit outdated right now, as Varrel are running the Korean Brigitte variation of the Winston comp with Cloud on Ana. Let's see how this one stacks up against each other. Obviously, Hidden still on Ashe. They're not outranged with this composition by any means. And it can be good into the Winston dive if you use it defensively.
A total different map without those glasses.
Yeah,
it feels a better map.
It feels different in how it looks, but and how it plays so far, it's been about the same.
Oh, Mitch!
Okay.
Got caught a little early.
Now you can see the difference without the glass, how you can wrap around.
Some extra with the initial push from Lazuli.
So they grab the bot, and they will be able to try to contest high ground here. Hidden gets some good shots, and if they can get a pick here and then put the Anoptrix up on the high ground, stop those run back. Well, that's a pick on the Kyuki, so that's certainly going to help.
Shui. Yeah, that duel between the two players, Kyuki, Shui, has been interesting to watch.
Hidden is just winning these on the low ground. Like, it's actually insane.
The DPS duo from Lazuli doing a lot of work. And from the low ground, that was a beautiful headshot coming down. Hidden still alive and well. Shui targeting both KSG low. Was he pushed down or what happened? Why did he come down?
I think he was trying to set up for a dive there with the nano at the ready, but it wasn't used in time.
At least gets a pop. Still alive. He gets healed back somehow. Maybe Kyuki was reloading?
Varrel are falling apart, G-Clef.
That's a point already.
So KSG dies before they get to nano in the last fight. Now Cloud down as KSG returns. Now doesn't have his nano just yet. Is going to have the respawn here, but I mean, he needs to find a good angle. You can't just blind nano. I mean, you can, but it's not going to be very effective. Trying to wrap around. There's the nano.
How's it now? Hidden still with the cover shoot.
Good Suzu.
Hidden survives. Kyuki does win this time without the even use of Pulse, so that will stabilize a lot of things for Varrel, but that's already a point. Mission accomplished. Big check mark already.
Yeah, that's a huge checkpoint Lazuli picks up so early on into the map. Usually you have to win a lot more hard fights to get that one.
Against this Junker Queen, KSG doesn't look as strong. We'll need some extra help from the Rage and the Nano. Coming down later, can't really find the right target to press on. And in the meantime, Leo is around the robot. Moving around Rosie. Sound barrier finally coming down. I thought that was almost Ajaxed.
Super patient.
Kept up from KSG's rage.
Mint will have his own. Is going to toss it instantly.
The barrier from Varrel. This is the timing. You're looking for that pulse. With Leo dead, might not even need to use it. A lot of members of Lazuli just in the room, stacked up together. Q Loud, some better trade. Both of the supports. Kiru Navis.
Pushing super deep here. Kyuki, I don't think has recall, so he's just going to have to run away. Gets healed up by a Mega.
What happened again in that room?
I mean, it's
Lazuli, they were stacked up together.
Yeah, it looks like Lazuli ended up just catching those members who were chasing too far. Kyuki almost getting the pick, almost getting the kill. Doesn't commit the pulse until too late. They're going to swap to Orisa. I was like, it's 2024 August. There's no Orisa. KSG going to pull this one out here for some additional armor. And the Javelins, but again, it's low utility in this comp. Can allow Nico to kind of close the gap. But this is not old Orisa. She's not putting a barrier on the ground. Nico's going to have to kind of get this one done on his own without any dive tools here outside of the Tracer. Very awkward spot for Varrel to be in.
Maybe KSG thought he needs to tank it up a little more with the 45. Can't deliver it, but Nico does survive. Has the Bob. I mean, the Deadeye. The Bob's out from Hidden. So we'll be hiding behind the angle, but KSG. Even Orisa.
Taken down. I'm watching Lazuli out-coordinate Varrel. Like, it's
Chewy.
Not what I expected
Hidden?
coming into today.
These two are just out.
And KSG, he's going to have the Terra Surge eventually, but so much time will be burnt before that actually happens. I mean, they're past the checkpoint. They're going up to 70+. And the Terra Surge is practically useless against this composition because he's not going to be able to catch any bunched up targets. There's leaving one on the bot while the high ground continues to be controlled here. Lazuli not caring about this Orisa right now. Maybe the Leonatic should as the barrier comes out.
Cover from Lazuli. Deadeye pulse ready from Kyuki Nico. So I'm sure KSG goes out again first. Leo still steady and strong in the front.
They might finish the map.
He's not being contested.
This is actually insane. I don't think they can finish on this push,
Rampage
but if they get a pick
in a percent,
yeah, he's
we'll
gonna
be
have
ready.
it. And that could deny KSG the ability to finish this Terra Surge. So he wants to use it here. This is insane.
You can get the blade into KSG and get some good purples and multiple. That could be it. Lazuli still got 4:30 to go. Varrel. You have Mint with the sound barrier and the Terra Surge.
All right, let's see if he can get speed boosted into position to use it.
Who's going to be the target? Deadeye first from Nico.
Good Javelin there from KSG.
Good picks. SB members on the back. Lazuli not willing to waste too many more resources after one being dropped. Varrel. Finally a successful defense after all that time.
Wow. They
He
finally
pushed 125
stabilize. We didn't see the Rampage come through. KSG didn't have to use his Terra Surge. They hold on to the support ultimates. This was just a raw outplay in the team fight with that Javelin taking Hidden out of the fight. They lose too much damage. They're still going to have to fight through this neutral starting point here, where long sight lines are back available. Hidden outranges Nico. The Orisa isn't going to offer too much unless he gets his Javelins, which are almost magnetic, it feels like at this point. Gets
But
another one.
no other follow-up on top of that. KSG still on the side. Still does have the Terra. And also, Leo, Rampage.
Cloud's doing a good job of keeping KSG's armor up. There's the Terra Surge, but he misses.
Instant hit, corners him. The sound barrier from Mint. Off tempo, but still. As long as Varrel gets their push done.
Yeah, unnecessarily expensive, but again, as long as they can get that distance and keep that momentum, it won't necessarily matter. But Lazuli are about to have 5 ults here to counter, and Hidden still relatively uncontested. It feels like the only person who can challenge him is KSG. As you can see here,
What a shot.
Javelin hits, but he's still got high ground.
Also one more damage from the air. There's a stick.
Suzu.
Oh, Navis. What a save there. Lazuli still holding 5 ultimates. Don't need it for this team fight. Save it up for the next.
I mean, we're still looking at a massive lead here for Lazuli with 2.5 minutes. Varrel probably have to win like 3 or 4 team fights in a row with no... Like, look at the ult economy. Lazuli used nothing.
And
they have everything.
Now I'm thinking, Hidden and Shubi are just doing a lot more damage.
Yeah, there's
I think
so
it's
much
coming
more.
down from DPS line.
I mean, they have the range advantage, and KSG is javeling occasionally, but I don't know how that happened.
What happened there?
He got headshot by a Lucio, is what the kill feed tells us, but I don't
finds
know.
no one, has the pulse, and the other members, the Bob's out there. Nico tries to roll away, but gets caught. And there's a Carnage for the kill. Still holding 4 ultimates.
Using Bob, when arguably of these 5 players, Hidden can build his ult the fastest in this composition matchup.
Just went down?
Okay,
this is full.
Did they finish?
Unless they messed up big time. 4 ultimates to go. Lazuli, Hidden, all the way on top.
Nico goes down. I think they could finish. I think they do it.
They can just rampage out. There's a sleep, and the Sound Barrier, perfect cover for Kiru, making sure they don't get no damage. The pulse, the rampage, just to secure it's no one because no one else is available. There's a full push.
Lazuli full push Coliseum. Varrel's map pick.
Hey.
And for the first time since I started casting OWCS Japan, I have serious doubts about Varrel. The compositions we were seeing, outdated. They got outclassed by Ashe. It's the DPS lineup, I think, that's challenging them. Like, they haven't really been challenged before. And KSG is a fantastic Orisa player. I watched him play it all season last season when it was the meta pick, the only pick. He was like the best Orisa in our tournament. But he's still obviously not going to have the same utility as a Winston could have, right? As a Junker Queen apparently can have, which is quite strong into the Orisa, especially when backed up by that high-range DPS. Nevis having a fantastic game of Kiriko. I was like, man, I can't believe they took Sakame out, man. They can't do this. They have to play Winston. Nope. Apparently, just Junker Queen wins. And apparently I'm wrong. And maybe Varrel is not going to be our top team at the end of regular season here. I mean, obviously, we're still in week 1, but some serious doubts I think we have to have after watching their last 2 series.
I do have to fully agree. I've been watching them since Contenders last year, since the beginning of 23, with the same roster, and no one else was able to contest or challenge up to this level. Varrel never looked this weak in a series. I will say that for sure after watching so many games, so many matches of them from Japan.
It's a strong roster for Lazuli here. Like, don't get me wrong, the DPS line's pretty crazy. The Anatrix insane.
Hidden.
But, you know, they were challenged by the likes of Insomnia, 6 Blow, occasionally, you know, Revati, like, almost takes some map. But for the most part, like, even the teams that were pretty close to them in regular season didn't really stand up to them. And I do feel like on paper, like, Varrel has all the check marks, all the pentagon that you were talking about, like the graph, like everything is in their favor.
Marks.
And it's just not hitting. And I was kind of, I almost feel like I was biased for their experience in the cast we had on Eichenwald.
Me too.
Like, oh man, they're trying to have fun here, but I think maybe slow it down. And now I'm starting to wonder, oh wait, no, maybe they just completely misread the situation. Maybe they thought they had to do that. Maybe their ult tracking is a little bit off right now. Maybe had a little bit too much fun in the offseason. I don't know, G-Clef, but this is not what I expected to see. This is not the same Varrel that I cast last season. And this might be a kick in the rear that they need, as obviously Nyam brought them to 5 as well. Nyam looks really strong right now. But by proxy, so do Lazuli. So I don't know where they're going to take us. Escort is the map we're looking at.
I'm lost in words because Lazuli, of course, they were up against Telomere. So we had it's not the right team to really just send the gauge and says, oh, that's the power level exactly of Lazuli. We couldn't really test anything out of that matchup, but this is saying a lot about what the Japanese region is going to be shaping up to later on. Japanese region just got a lot more interesting, Wolf.
It certainly did. It certainly did. Like I said, leading into this broadcast or leading into our second series, I was like, we don't really know who our top team is yet. Varrel looks a little bit vulnerable. Nyam looks good. MFC, you know, taking a 1-1 scoreline, but very, very close, both of them. Also have a lot of coordination. We'll be seeing them in our next series. I really just don't know what to think at this point in time. I feel like it's anyone's season to win. Maybe Telomere wins it all. I don't know.
That's a bit of a stretch.
Yeah, maybe that one's the one thing we do know. But we'll see what the map choice is. I imagine we might have Sakame back in since it's taken a little while to get that map.
Or Varrel just is completely fumbled and they don't really know which map to go to because they didn't really lose too many games.
They did not lose that many games. That's right. They're not having too many dominant series yet this season. On the flip side, so we have Escort and Flashpoint left, and Match Point right now Lazuli. I would say, based on what Lazuli is playing well and it's Leonoptrix, don't go to Flashpoint. Go to Escort. However, I feel like every single time I've had a pretty rational take about what team strengths are, where we should and should not go in Japan so far. Korea's been like pretty straightforward. I'm like, oh, yeah, this makes sense. This makes sense. This makes sense. Japan has always they've done the opposite thing that I've suggested, so we're probably going to Flashpoint.
If Escort, which map though? I think there are some maps that they could benefit. Lazuli or some like Circuit Royale might be tough actually.
I think
the first one is just a straight road.
I think
a corner.
Probably just not Shambali.
I think we'll have the answer real soon.
Okay. Oh my God.
Don't speak. Okay. Oh, you have to speak. You're a caster.
I mean, look. So this is a map where, by the way, remember how we started this series?
Okay.
With May. We started this series with May. We had Junker Queen to come through the follow-up. Leonoptrix is playing that. They're playing a little bit of short-range compositions. They're very good at that. That's kind of the bread and butter. And then the outrange actually moved to Colosseo. They had the better comp there. A bit shaky with KSG pulling the Orisa out. And now you're going back to like how Lazuli tried to play, but it was not the right map for it. Except now you've given them the right map for it. So I feel like Lazuli definitely has the answers here, which is why I was saying probably don't play this one. Play one where you can play your long-range hit scan, have Kuki on the flanks. We'll see what the plan is here, but I am worried, G-Clef, for Varrel.
Wolf is indeed worried. Varrel is down 1-2. Lazuli on a match point. Ladies and gentlemen, Shambali will be the map.
Notably, of course, Sakume did not sub in. And you know what? If they're going to run the Ramatra, a little bit less worried. Because KSG had a great Samoa, if you remember all the way back, with his Ramatra. That's how they started things off with the W in the series. Kuki is also going to be doubling down and playing the Mei. Looks like they're even going to play Symmetra with this. We'll see, of course.
Just for the start, and Varrel does have experience of just keeping the Symmetra all the way.
Symmetra is very strong here.
Until like point B, the second point.
See what Nico can get done. Lazuli obviously will be able to swap comp once they see this.
With the turrets. They do have a Widow, so this could be the chance for Lazuli to open up instantly. Finds the one behind the payload. The field out already from Q-Loud. That's a +1. Finds Hidden, but this... Oh, Shui cannot be stopped. Oh, immediately gone, but that's a good trade. And should be opening things up now with that many kills.
Yep, Lazuli have spawn advantage. So should be able to get this cart rolling pretty easily.
Yeah, that was not a terrible stall.
But you know what this is, G-Clef? This is the I'm the weaker team, I'm trying the Mei strat on Shambali. Like this happens every time I see Shambali in matches like this, I'm like, okay, they're gonna try the weird strat, hopefully it works out. And then,
sometimes there are Reinhardt.
Yeah, Reinhardt, Mei, these types of comps. This time Ramatra. Shui starts with Farah, so he already has the right tool before he even sees what's going on. Hits massive body shots on everybody, and then suddenly you're like, okay, the strat's not working. I'm just surprised to see this from Varrel. I think it's a good comp, but they got outclassed.
I love the idea. As Hidden was away, caught all the attention, and Shui was able to do some massive air damage. Here's Leo, just absorbing the grasp early. PSG still staying with the Ramatra. We'll see how that happens. Okay, Nico. That's caught. This good kill catch there. Without the field out with the Blizzard. Some bit of a change up. Down from Varrel.
This was a really good Blizzard. Those are the kind of choke points. Those are the kind of walls we were talking about that you can get on maps like this that you can't necessarily get on Samoa.
Especially when you have the ups and downs. You can use those.
So they have a sound barrier now too, and they can hold this corner. And this is where one of the toughest places to break. The problem is Lazuli have everything, including Flux, which will allow them to break this corner. Sound barrier too early. It's going to get him a pick.
Yuki with a nice headshot there. Mei headshot.
Ooh, Shui's fishing. Glad he doesn't use the ult there. They have so many tools they can use with it now on this corner push.
When he hits Barrage, that's a death. Unless you have massive cover up from the team.
Flux angle here is so good for Leo.
Gets caught, Nico. Mortality field, I think, was down just a 0.1 second too late there.
Yuki's going to live here and get a ton of ult charge off of that ice block.
That's a lot of time gained from Varrel. Just single picks
Leo
after one another.
Just didn't want to ult there with Kiru down, interestingly enough. So it had a huge flux
Yeah, I
angle
think
but
Leo
didn't
would
capitalize.
love to have that ult first. Graviton and grab a lot. Shui, let's see the angle where you come down. There it is, the initiation first. With the field and the barrage from the side. Unmanaged by anyone from Varrel.
I mean, there's just not much they can do. KSG's ult's going to be useless against this, and even though the ice block comes out from QK, that's what I was talking about. I'm like, Leo, just ult it, man. He ults it.
Perfect barrage.
The flank is perfect from Shui. They can't punish him during the flux because they're mid-air, especially QK. And then it's just a really nice flank angle to clean things up.
Up on top, so they couldn't really see him coming.
They just repositioned during the flux, and then that's not the greatest time bank. Like, I mean, it's really good. It's, I don't mean it's not like the perfect time bank, but it's fantastic is what I'm getting at here.
Stunned, KSG, still.
Leo.
Yeah, this is the wall that we were talking about.
Yeah.
On this map, May can have those isolations slightly easier because of the slopes and how the terrain is working on this map.
And now Varrel do have the ult advantage, as Hidden's going to swap over the Hanzo here.
Oh, this is the map for Hanzo, yes indeed. And even some Junkrats available on this map.
It's so strong with those same choke points we talked about with the May wall to set up Dragon Strikes, but of course you have to build the ultimate, and Hidden is having a rough time with it for now because they're just staying out of his line of sight. They're just playing defensively, they're sticking back.
Yeah, Hidden was taken down multiple times because in front, here's the wall again. Trying to get onto Leo, the Deadeye, with the field on top of him. So he felt safe, but no one to target from his side of line. There were some members off of the other side. Leo finally changing back into Ramatra.
Yeah, this Hanzo isn't working, G-Clef, I'm going to say it.
Hidden's trying to buy some time, and there's a Varrel.
Yeah.
As long as they can get some damage or some snipes is what they're looking for.
Varrel's just going to say, like, I'm not going to give you line of sight, though, and back off. It's going to take someone else to come in.
Buying some time, attention away, barrage potential from the back. Again, Varrel, there's a sound barrier off. Way too many members lost already. Farah, is it going to work again?
I think that they need to swap off of the Hanzo. Even though he's at 60% of a Dragon Strike, that alone isn't going to be enough. It's going to take too long.
It should have been already been ult available.
And he just, I mean, the thing is, it's not like he's missing. It's just that he doesn't have line of sight because they're playing around the corner with a comp that's phalanxed and so difficult to crack. As Hidden's now picked again here by Cloud, who outranges him as well, basically. I think I mean, they really should consider it, but maybe now they're just too priced in. Dragon Strike can flesh them out so Shui can ult. That's the idea, but he's going to have to wait for a reset for that one.
Because the Cassidy, you can't really deliver much there. Kishi going to pop the Annihilation, going to push all the way after those momentum, keeping it up for Varrel. It seems like they will have solid defense. 1 minute to go.
Dragon Strike. You Sonic Arrow, you Dragon Strike, you see if you can push them out, then Shui gets the other angle. That's their best bet. I mean, Varrel don't have any defensive ultimates here.
But I can see a lot of holes missing, even with those ultimates.
Oh, sure. I mean, that's like best case scenario, right?
Yes.
That's why I don't really know about this. But let's see what he can get done with this.
They do not have the sound barrier, both. Min 33. Kiru just had his. Coming down from the top. Trying to snipe.
That's that.
Two down, but May also gone. Hold up as the Dragon Strike goes a little far off.
Yeah. This one was a bit hopeful.
Low HP, but the other three is trying to do what they can. Nico with the Deadeye, deliver some damage, and Kiyoshi will secure the kill. And more. Shui back, but again, drops down immediately, and it seems like they can't push any further. That will be 1.3-ish from Lazuli with the first push.
If there's one thing I love to see, it's Hanzo. But if there's one thing more, or what I should have said, I kind of messed up the joke. But I was say if there's one thing I want to see more than seeing Hanzo. No, there's the one thing I want to see more than seeing Hanzo is a Hanzo player who knows when it's time to swap off. As this was amazing, right? This was the start of the map.
Is that a message for me?
No. I mean, not until you and I are duo queuing together. Then we can talk.
Okay.
But hit me up after this. Anyway,
I will not.
The first barrage was fantastic, but then the idea of the Hanzo is good until Varrel identify it and just play around the corner, and then you can't build that Dragon Strike. And then by the time you use it, the fight is too scrappy. They got the pick on the May. The Inoptrix gets one Nemesis kill with the punch. but then they just don't have the tools to win the longer fight.
That's exactly the thing. For the teammate, should be saying something about it, right? Or you should be realizing first as a player. Or sometimes neither comes through because you're just focused on something else.
No, they can still win this map and close out the series if they have a really nice defense here. They're going to be running their own version, and this is why I said. Remember, guys, at the beginning, I was like, I'm a little bit worried for Varrel because this is kind of Lazuli's wheelhouse. When you're running the Mei Ashe Junker Queen, this is fantastic for this map. Has a lot of flexibility. It will have the Suzu with the Kiriko variant of this comp. So Lazuli are super good at this. So they might actually be able to get a full hold and win this map anyways. As critical as I have been about the Hanzo. So let's see if Varrel can match. They're running the Ramattra still. The Symmetra on attack.
Yeah, one pop bicycle can be the game changer from Kyuki or Shui.
Absolutely.
Yeah, those headshots are kind of deadly. And also Nico.
Just some spam here from Nico.
Symmetra does some damage, even with the pokes and the turrets. Initial push, but still in the better position. Lazuli on top. And Varrel actually not going towards the stairs, going straight with the payload, trying to give them another angle of push. Nico already setting up the turrets all the way in front, pulling them down. Leo finally coming down. Teleport side.
Really good.
Varrel taking a lot of damage and forced to be back, hidden with the headshot again. This time, we'll do some work with the Ashe mid down.
No one's been able to deal with this Ashe. You know, it's only right clicks from Mei to actually challenge him.
But he's alone. No one actually contesting him.
The
Free
Batiste.
damage. Almost.
Batiste the only one who can contest him.
there's
Kyuki
the
going
Mei.
for it. He goes down.
That took a long time, though.
Yeah, still
About 20
worth.
seconds.
As this fight is so scrappy.
And Leo's kind of alone, coming down as a block away with the ice wall.
Even our observers can't keep up with this chaos. But Lazuli win the fight.
And somehow, some way, Varrel does push a little bit, but they're back on ground zero.
So I think Varrel can stick with this for one more push. Like, they have the photon barrier. They can set up a blizzard if they can get around the corner. Unfortunately, Cloud's really the only one who can contest Hidden. And as we saw in that last fight, so many resources had to be used to kill Hidden that they lose the neutral. The Leonoptrix looked like maybe it was caught, but didn't necessarily matter. Teleporter gives you a little bit of distance here, but you still can't quite get to where that Ashe is. You need to set up a big blizzard.
Yeah, the photon barrier.
That's huge.
This place, you can get
Good
so
wall.
much out of it. And good wall defensively used, but the chase has been done. And the sound barrier, a second too late to keep Navis alive. Shui will be the second to fall. Varrel, this time, will make the successful push.
It was so close. The barrier trying to keep Shui alive so he can get that blizzard. He was just a second away, but Kyuki doesn't have to use his. His wall alone was enough. And Leonoptrix stepping way too far forward, and that is going to be the cap of A, very likely. Unless a late-minute contest comes through, they do have the Bob, and they're going to try for it. But the wall denies all value. Great wall from Kyuki.
Kyuki again, overall. Available Blizzard.
Rampage
off angle.
5-man.
Oh, but totally covered by the barrier. And Kyuki Blizzard. Nico's dead, but with that many ultimates, can buy some time. And the payload. Oh.
Actually finishes the point.
Doesn't matter.
Yeah. So, looks like even though this fight ended up looking very close here, KSG can get this cleaned up. They get the cap, so it doesn't matter, as you say. Kiro going to clean up some kills here, but we'll see Varrel respawning and resetting. Lazuli don't have enough control for this to actually really be a technical win. Like, they killed more players, but it doesn't matter. As Lazuli need to rush back and regroup here, as this card is rolling around the corner for free. You just see a contest.
And the payload, not too far away, just a couple of meters. And this could be the point where Varrel just holds. Oh, Lazuli. With Hidden, with that opening kill once again. Feels like Hidden's delivering so many opening kills. Either he goes down or he gets a kill. Shui, there's the ice wall once again from Kyuki. And
that's a tank player's nightmare right there. It's not where he wants to be. Great wall again from Kyuki, but they are going to need to regroup. This is a huge team fight win for Lazuli. Still 2.5 minutes they have to defend, so you know that's just one small victory of many they will need. But the coordination is looking fantastic. Leonoptrix will rejoin. Man, this game is super close. Sound barrier advantage goes to Kiru though. And that's going to be a huge issue. I mean, Blizzards are basically dead even. KSG back on the Orisa. That extra armor is going to give an opportunity for Kyuki to actually get into position, as well as the teleports they're using to completely wrap around here to jump down to contest cart.
Exactly. They don't want to be face down. Going for the higher angle first.
Love this flank angle here, but it's costing them a lot of time.
From Kiru.
Yeah.
Swapped position, bit of that. After the wall.
PSG who's caught this time.
Coming down. Might be Lazuli with the Blizzard first.
Shui's gonna toss it.
Isolating the team of Varrel. They do have 140, so they can go for that extra team fight later on. Find some ultimates, hidden with the second.
As long as Kira doesn't have the sound barrier here, they're gonna feel pretty good about this, and he doesn't. And that was this time the Orisa getting caught by the ice wall, because Shui was able to catch him, set up that blizzard there, and the photon barrier. I don't want to say it's useless here, but it's not going to be the game changer. And if they have to go all, they can't actually do the full wraparound. It's going to cost them too much time. They're just taking the corner fight here. Kyuki's just trying to get the position to lob that.
Varrel's trying to finish this now.
So close. Good photon barrier.
Even through the wall, Leonoptics still alive. Has a rampage.
Barrier so well timed.
With the barrier, uses it right on time. Mid still covers it.
It's a kills.
Still there. But
Kyuki gets another. Oh, this is so scrappy. More. This is so scrappy. KSG is just so tanky.
The target. KSG does get one more. Lazuli chasing the target. KSG, there's a Terra Surge, grabbing both. Might be the finishing play for Varrel. There it is. We're going to the distance.
Going to game 5. All the way, G-Clef. That was such a scrappy back and forth fight. Without that Terra Surge, I don't know if they win it. Also, obviously, KSG with a risky swap to the Orisa was caught by a few ice walls and got punished sometimes. But when you actually know that the Mei is down and they don't have Blizzard, you just have so much base armor. That's what Orisa is so good at in these fights. It's like, oh no, a DPS is shooting me, as I ignore it and just hold left click and javelin.
Yeah, you end up doing a lot more damage.
Yeah,
and
you're
the
actually the real
hard.
DPS, and you have so much more health. Headshot me, I don't care. So really good plays from both Meis there. KSG looking really good on the Orisa in that moment. Risky call to pull that one out at the end there, but
a really nice cover from that last team fight. So many things went down. The Rampage to cover and the sound barrier of his own. And after the Rampage to cover Varrel, the entire team, both sound barrier to Lucio's were perfect. So, and the DPS, the cover up, yes.
What escort map do you really want to see?
Oh.
Or sorry, which flashpoint map do you really want to see? We just had escort.
Yeah.
New Junk City or do you want Suravasa?
I don't really mind either. I would like to see New Junk City a little bit more.
I can't do the bit. I was just gonna say 100% they shouldn't pick this one so that you can get whatever you wanted. Because I'm like, you know what? There's no way they should.
You know what? New Junk City, okay? Because I do want to see some more neutral fight, some distance fight from both, or some rotation catches with
There's
Lucio.
no way they should pick New Junk City. Then it's not great for them. They didn't even sub Sakume back in.
Wolf.
And
Boo,
so
Wolf, your decision making on the maps.
So I think should definitely not pick New Junk City. And should pick Suravasa instead.
Hey, but going back to the last fight, I thought Lazuli, except for, what was it? Except for maybe Hiddens, Bob, I think everything else was ready. They have 4 ultimates to go. I thought they almost had the map at the end.
Like I said, G-Clef, they shouldn't go to New Junk City. That's why they're going to Suravasa.
You're right.
To be honest, almost every team is practicing Suravasa right now. It's pretty much the exclusively picked Flashpoint map, so unless you have something really special prepared for New Junk City, it's just kind of risky. You could just instead play what everybody knows. This is where I think Hidden has a ton of potential because this is an Ashe map. This is a map where you, especially on the first point, have so much power with Ashe. It's also a map where I think Orisa is pretty viable if KSG wants to just keep running that. So it's certainly going to be an interesting one. I think this could go either way. And Varrel, once again, another Game 5.
Another Game 5. And this one's going to be a little closer, I think. As Varrel seems to be back on the track a little more after what seemed like that Colosseo. It seemed like the team was actually falling apart. That was one heck of a map against Varrel. Lazuli, it seemed like they were about to close the game. Or the match, I mean. I think after Shambali, things neutralized a little bit. Suravasa now. I think it's really up to the tank pull First of all, what we start with, either we have Orisa or not, how well is KSG? We'll have those answered very soon. It is the final map, 2-2 tie. The winner takes it all. Varrel versus Lazuli, the last map.
Nice little waterfall action before the violence begins. That's a big patch of moss. That's a big bird.
That's a huge pigeon. Is it a pigeon?
I think so.
It looks like it. It's way too big. I can't tell.
All right.
It's bigger than the building.
KSG on the Winston. We're going back to Eichenwald composition here.
If he
is just going to TP to Tracer.
If he got the upgrade.
Leonoptrix is sticking with this Junker Queen, which is his bread and butter on this map, back to the Insomnia
It's
days.
also because he's getting less focused because how well the DPS lineup is doing from Lazuli. I think that's one big advantage. And they're on the higher ground. Up first.
Nico with a nice flank here.
Yeah, KSG really put them down already. Uh-oh.
Kira, nice pick. Should be able to get away too, but tank
still
for
no
DPS.
tank. Yeah, tankless from Lazuli.
Yeah, I think I definitely like the tank on my squad for that trade, especially when you consider Kyuki is still wrecking the backline. Kira had to go pretty deep to get that kill too, so finds himself out positioned. Now he's staggered, and Varrel will end up getting the first flashpoint capture here. In terms of ult charge, relatively even between these two squads. The nano boost feels like the most impactful ultimate that's upcoming though. So Varrel having a slight edge there as well.
KSG Winston on top, ready to go, and bit of a wonky fight. I think Lazuli just didn't really have positioning there. Don't know what happened exactly for the first fight, but still available for 36%. Leo, back on his foot. Trying to get some upper end. Hidden has been doing some massive headshots. Can't deliver much more because he was purpled. A little hindered back there. Try to get the cap, but can't really get the full.
KSG has to leap out. He's so incredible. It's like 50
there it is.
health.
Finally being pushed all the way back.
Lazuli gets the cap, and
with the shout coming in. But Nico already having the nano. That's quick from Q-Loud. The pulse is good for Kyuki. But double Shui does have his man made. Wave is coming back. Can he get the right pulse? Oh, just going to run away.
KSG with the primal here, I think they have a huge advantage. I think Lazuli should be wary of committing sound barrier here. Even trading for mint sound barrier doesn't feel worth in this situation. I think they should just try to go for a dry fight here, build up a rampage, and look for a flashpoint to prio. Let's see what they decide to do though, because if they win this, I mean, there's a chance they get the first flashpoint, but they are looking like they're giving it up. I say that. Here comes Leo.
Overtime. Using the pulse and the bomb.
They're using everything.
That was almost done overtime. That was so close. Too loud. Going down to the bomb. Hidden still alive. Kira very low, but does hold the sound barrier. Also mint. Not willing to commit fully because the fight has been going towards Lazuli already. Unless Juki pulls up a miracle, jagged, and that's going to be it. There's a turnover. Still 99% for Varrel. They do have another fight.
Yeah. Lazuli end up, you know, using the Bob and the Pulse early, but actually end up getting full control there. KSG getting very little out of his Primal Rage and just kind of zoned out. So, surprisingly, went very well. I thought extremely high risk. If it failed, it would have cost them dearly, but as it does pan out, now Varrel going to come in and probably try to trade sound barriers here.
Yeah, Mint, Kiro, both holding that sound barrier for the previous fight. Just waiting for the... There's a dynamite. Nico eating that. Gets the heal. KSG jump. Oh, there's towards the back. There's a sound barrier from both. The Rampage on KSG and Nico. No other damage source. Nico already got some more with the Deadeye. Kyuki found the target. Some extra damage. No pulse pump, just recalls. Not even needed. As the entire team, except for Nico, available. Varrel finally getting the first point.
What a slugfest. First point goes over to Varrel, but it was 99-99. So rare to see in the first flashpoint. Usually you see those on second and third ones, but it was a very, very back and forth ult exchange there. Both Lucio's out of ult now. The Kiriko ultimate is going to be way less, the Kitsune Rush way less valuable than this Nano that they already have. So Varrel should be able to get this first capture, barring a pick or mistake. So Kyuki is looking for a Pulse Bomb angle.
Or a heal pack.
Great recall there. Well timed.
Kishi with the Nano. Should be doing a lot more just to... Okay, we'll just sustain and get the capture first. But here's a rush from Navis. Will force them off of the point contested. Pulse Bomb. Ooh, well managed. Still on the point. Kishi jumps in. Pulse. Lands right there. But not enough to take him down with all members alive still. 10. Up.
Lazuli kind of out of tools here. They do have the Bob.
Oh, this time Nico will be caught from the side.
Knifed out. Another great recall from Kyuki, but it's not enough. He will go down. Bob gets 2. And Lazuli win the fight.
Okay,
Primal was up for KSG, but he just doesn't want to commit it there. Wants to just buy time and then look for the recontest. Kiru has slept, but I don't think they can punish. Look at this chase. This is the kind of chase you want to see. Stopping some of those returning members as they try to regroup. And Lazuli's going to get a free team fight here off the point. Nico taken out again. Yeah, without using anything, they're going to be able to match the 50%.
This is the punishment that Lazuli wanted to have because Varrel with that long dragged out fight, they got 50% done already. Matching that number now. The sound barrier, but Mint 3% away, 4% away from his own barrier with the Nano. Some more ultimates available. Coming soon online for Varrel. There's a rage already. KSG diving in hard. Q Loud healing from the back, but it's more of this monkey what he's doing from the front line. No kill. Lazuli actually held that really well. All 5 around the circle. Barrier up first.
Held.
Not going to be using the rush. Rush right after that. Rampage on 2 members. The Nano is used. But where did that even go? Mint. There's team fight from Varrel. Few ultimates committed early on, and then pair up next. Didn't lead into single kill.
The Kitsune Rush timing with the Rampage was actually really nice. Leonoptrix gets to slide through, end up hitting multiple members there. They take the support line out. KSG, back on the Orisa. Feels like this has been very hit or miss. Mostly a hit on Shambali. And a classic pick for KSG here on Suravasa throughout last season. Again, less meta now. But that extra armor might just be what they need. Cloud's having a fantastic game here. Big Purple coming through. KSG looking to contest here. The flashpoint on unlock. Hidden looking for a flank angle as well.
1-1 tie. This could be the angle where you can just soak up so much with the 45 as with the Orisa and block a lot of those shots. Not the Dynamite. It's hidden. On the side, KSG focused down. No one else to cover as Nico. Second to fall. This is just chase down the target. Hidden immediately just uses Bob. He doesn't wait.
Yeah. No, I mean, when you have that neutral fight advantage, you soak it up. You take every piece you can get. They're going to get the delay here off that respawn. Actually, I say that. Cloud does barely escape, but they ended up staggering him. That would have been basically an extra free 10, 15%. Kyuki on the flank, but his team hasn't regrouped yet. He needs to be very careful. If he gets caught, they just lose the fight right away. That's going to save his recall.
No pulse yet.
The Anoptrix still building charge.
Oh, hidden with another headshot. These headshots are just insane.
Yeah, Kyuki needs to play a little bit more respectfully, I think, on these flanks.
We're looking to immediately just speed things up. Push all the way. Look for the extra member. This time they couldn't, but Lazuli, they had been pushing this extra mile, buying them time. 70%, but Hidden will pay for this. Nico strikes back with a headshot. Does that pop coming real soon? Nico up top. Prime position, KSG. Very close to that Terra. Might not need much for this team fight. It was almost a 4v5. But Navis! Nico down, sound barrier has to be used. Hidden should be back soon. They will stall and try to get the second point.
I think they should be able to get it.
Ready with the Terra Surge.
Terra Surge, where is he going to use it? He's just not able to get control.
Should be coming back. Maybe he wants to save it. There's the sound barrier, but just on 2. KSG Mint, only the 2 with the barriers. Q-Loud down. KSG falls. Terra, can he survive? There's the extra damage, but the sustain is just not there, Varrel. They were trying to do so many things at once.
Yeah, I feel like you just got to be happy to say we got all advantage. We're going to the next flashpoint because that was so so not close. Like, if they had the whole team regrouped, or the sound barrier hits more people, or they're actually in a winning position when that comes down, or the Terra Surge is actually usable. They wasted the sound barrier. They wasted the Terra Surge, and they just were not in a winning position at all. Now ult economy is reset, but Lazuli is on match point, not just on flash point here, but of the series as QQ swaps over to the Mei.
Exactly.
He's not having a lot of success with the Tracer on those flanks, so maybe if he just sticks with his squad, he can help empower the Orisa. But Hidden now has a lot more playmaking potential.
Oh, what a dynamite. Nicely done. Bop out from Nico early on. Has to commit because it feels like they've used so many with that second point, but didn't get it. We'll be taking some advantage.
Huge dynamite from Nico there. And that should be the first cap going to Varrel.
He didn't actually also ended up using the Bob.
Yeah.
So really good trade for Varrel here.
Exactly. I think the Bob there from Lazuli was really desperate. After that first pick came through, it was probably not going to be a winnable fight. But
Hidden just doesn't manage to hold
I think
that button.
Yeah, I think these two teams are just so nervous. Like, we're at the 5th game. They're not tracking ultimates as well as they should be. Not playing their best game. But that's what happens when you get to game 5. Your nerves are really running high. That's some uncharacteristic mistakes.
Man. Hidden willing to always challenge from the lower angle.
Yeah, and he's,
as long as you hit, you can see the head, you can pop it.
Yeah, he keeps winning them. Not necessarily in this case, but he has.
Not always, but he has been winning a lot, yes.
Surprisingly winning a high amount.
There's a rush early on from Varrel. I mean, from Navis. It has to be falling all the way back.
That wall is so tricky.
The blade from the side angle, the damage. It's still there, Kiru, doing Optrix. Getting some damage back to Terra early from KSG. Will be able to cover Varrel once again. Here's Mint. Has an extra sound barrier, just in case if he needs it.
We're going 5 on the 5th map.
2-2 tie.
Varrel will bring us there. The final flashpoint, the final part of this series to decide which one of these teams is moving up. Winner will temporarily take first place here.
Slightly more towards Lazuli.
And Varrel is going to be able to wrap around here and maybe set up a Blizzard flank. Remember, there's nothing that can really deal with that for Lazuli. Sound barrier alone is not necessarily going to be enough if QQ gets the angle he's looking for on this first fight. Then they could swap off of the Mei.
These walls were the dangerous moments, but at this point,
Pulse misses.
There are a lot of angles that you can only cover with one wall.
He's almost dead. He is going to get away.
Sound barrier. Will be healed back up. There's the Bob, hidden down.
This is best case scenario for Varrel. Didn't have to use the Blizzard, get to keep their sound barrier, get the free pick on the Sui. He lives, but he's essentially dead. Then Hidden falls. They basically use nothing. The Bob, a little bit unnecessary there, but I think wholly worth it to guarantee that they do have the cap here. And now could just sit back and pick off Lazuli on their approach. And then if they commit to the point for a hard contest, you just drop Blizzard. If you can get up to 99, super easy swap off of the Mei as well for QQ and just go straight back to Tracer and be ult efficient.
There's Rampage. Hits to sound barrier from Mint. Perfect timing. Leona immediately gone. Shouldn't use anything else. They do have some more time, but not much. 52%. Oh man, Lazuli all the way to the end.
All the way to the end.
Rampage down.
But I mean, everything is against them now. Rampage down. They have sound barrier advantage. That is all they've got. They're going to have to use it, and they're going to have to use it fast.
Has to get the headshot. He's looking for that sweet spot.
Going to pick off QQ or force him to ice block. Will be successful.
Get some damage. Has a sound barrier advantage. There's a rush with the barrier into the spot. Wall to block from QQ. Can they find the right target? They're all isolated. There's Shui. 81 traded. Leo gets KSG. So 99%. It seems like Varrel cannot handle this and make this in 3-2.
Yeah, but it was super expensive, Lazuli's fight. They used everything.
Varrel
can back off. QQ can swap if he wants to. A little bit tougher to actually approach this Ashe with the Mei. Even though you have your own Ashe, you don't have line of sight control. Thought he might just go back to Tracer. They have the Terra Surge ready. And Kiru, is a long way away from that sound barrier. All they need is one team fight win, though.
Oh, man. Shui looking for the assassinate PSG. Terra Surge available. Sound barrier mid should be coming much faster, 60%.
Absolutely should have.
There's
it
a
faster.
recall. Oh, the Davis! What a shot! Nico down! And QQ. Can they come back here? 66%!
Okay, this is kind of a disaster.
One hit from Navis!
HSG needs to die and needs to die fast. Does not waste any time there. If he got staggered, that might have just been it. Okay, Sound Barrier's not ready. Terra Surge is actually not going to be ready until it gets to the point, right? It's ready now, but like he needs to get on the point. 9 seconds to go. Shui on the flank.
Ken? Anyone?
Yuki has to touch.
Yuki with the extra blink. Has to recall. On the point. Overtime.
Bob out.
But Bob's gone. Tank's trying to survive. There's a Terra Surge. It's a little bit
Shui with the double.
Balls. Is that it for Varrel? Lazuli.
Looks like they've done it.
With Yuki. But Keshi's the last to fall. Lazuli does it. Shui finally with that double pulse will deliver at the end.
Team kill, double pulse, 10-player kill streak, and Lazuli. Sure, they took the easy 3-0 over Telomere yesterday, but today they beat Varrel, the reigning Japanese overlords, and they will take it with a 3-2. But it felt like, to me, we're in control so much of this series. They were just the better team tonight, albeit slightly. It doesn't get much closer to it than 5 games, 5th round of Flashpoint, but Lazuli are able to take it in the end. And man, OWCS Japan could not be more confusing in terms of which team is the best, who's on top.
Hey Wolf, correct me if I'm wrong, Varrel did not lose a single match last season, just a map, I believe.
Let me check back, because I think they may have lost one series to like Insomnia.
I think this is already a change of history for Japan.
Let's see.
Stage 1, yes.
And we also have player of the match incoming. I'm checking now.
Right?
8-0,
yes,
you're right.
8-0,
you're right. Yeah,
just one map.
They did not drop any single series.
For a very long time from Japan, the only Japanese teams.
One map, as you say, yeah. Trying to see who they lost to.
Just one map?
I think they lost one game to Insomnia. That's what I feel like happened.
I think it's either Insomnia or
Six
Flow, yes.
Yeah. My data is working slowly, so sorry about that one, chat. But what a great series we had.
Chewy. Finally working out. We did have some moments from Shui just crouching off the side, looking for that pulse bomb angle for that last fight, and ends up working a double to turn everything around.
All right, I'm like I'm priced into seeing who they lost to. Like doesn't matter.
Now
but
that question needs to be answered right now.
I'm like, why?
And then the Wi-Fi stops working. No more data for you. Oh man, that's.
All right, so
I literally. Oh yes, do you have the answer?
So
I literally wrote down in my notes as the core
Insomnia.
Insomnia, okay.
Okay.
The core heart, the apex of Japanese Overwatch for years.
Yeah.
And that's been changed tonight.
And they almost lost to Nam Gaming earlier this week, but were able to win that 5th game. Today they were super close to winning that 5th game. They were unable to do so. I think with the roster shuffles here, I think we're seeing more parity across teams here. Some teams got a little bit weaker. A lot of teams got stronger. Varrel didn't change, minus some players that weren't. I mean, Plankton wasn't playing, so he
Plankton was basically playing. Yeah.
So like they didn't really make any adjustments, but everyone else has kind of gotten either small. Like some of our strong teams got small slight downgrade, but most of our middle to weaker teams got big upgrades. So I mean, Varrel winning this season is not for sure at this point in time. They're not on top of the standings anymore.
So. I heard something. I don't know if it's player of the match or the break. Okay. We do need a couple more seconds. I think we had a lot of votes into who should be the MVP because it could have been Varrel, it could have been Lazuli at the end.
Yeah.
So I think I voted for Shui.
I voted for Hidden.
Okay, that was going to be my second choice.
But I think Shui was the most important one at the end. So I really think it's actually fine to vote for either of them. I don't think you could vote for Leo. Unfortunately, I feel like it wasn't consistent enough. Nevis
Not at the beginning.
I could see like a stray Nevis vote because he got so many random picks that like saved them. He was pretty clutch.
That was actually clutch.
Yeah.
That one headshot.
Let's see who gets
Play of the match from Lazuli. Hidden winner. Hidden. That should be hidden, I think.
Yeah.
We're missing the
I think it's
bottom
just,
part of the E.
Yeah, just
for some
it
reason.
glitched, like it didn't finish.
It's still hidden.
Yeah.
It's not fully revealed, okay?
Although, it's a sweet
Although he did have that weird hidden death. Remember?
Yes.
There's a double. Yes.
Okay, yeah. I was going to say, like, it's showing the sweet highlights, so now I'm even more confused. But yeah, now we're showing hidden.
Okay.
Hidden, I think, was so clean this series. Like, we talked about him winning the duels on the low ground, picking out tracers who were looking for him. That was a bit of a Nevis highlight on that one, but we'll give it the benefit of the doubt there.
Mm-hmm.
I honestly, it's like one of those player of the matches where I'm like, okay, Gratz hidden, but also Gratz Shui,
But
Gratz
also
Nevis.
Gratz the entire
Sakame
team.
had a fantastic one game that he played, but it was really good.
And then after the swap, we're saying some question marks, and then we immediately felt it. Okay, the swap was needed. Yeah, with Tuskiru staying on the Lucio, and then Navis back and forth, Sakume, excuse me. It seems like they do have some swaps between, depending on the map. I think that should be the reason why they keep on doing swapping, even though they do play the same hero. Maybe that's the thing with the different team comp, especially with Leo. I think it might be if you're playing the Junker Queen or not. That might be the difference.
Yeah, I think Junker Queen is definitely a little bit fringe in terms of what the Korean meta is, but in Japanese Overwatch, it's kind of been pretty mainstay. I think Varrel are trying to emulate more of the Korean style, but just didn't find the success today.
Yeah, I think Lazuli will have a lot more games. It's only the beginning. We still have 6 more matches. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Yeah.
I can't count. 5 more
Now,
matches for Lazuli in the future.
This was a pretty banger match, but it wasn't supposed to be the banger. Like, this match is the banger of today. This one's supposed to be super close, super hype. So we got one more.
We got one more between the two players who has 1 loss and 1 win. We'll be back with the final match of the night. Welcome back, everyone. We're ready for that final match to wrap things up for Japan for this week, opening week of Japan here. As, ooh, a new team for me, for sure. MFC X Supreme.
Yeah, I'm really happy they partnered with their flex support to get the title to the fullest maximum potential. Miku Fan Club,
MFX.
otherwise known as Miku Fried Chicken, up against Revati,
Yes.
who has my goat, Hofak.
The Hofak?
Along with, Undersea and
The right click?
and also Tayo,
Yes.
and also Nozzle. Hofak, he
Harutun,
right
yes.
clicks, he left clicks, he dynamites, he railguns, he pulse bombs sometimes, but usually that's Harutun, but sometimes he pulse bombs. I think that this is going to be an interesting series matchup-wise because Tayo's kind of going Genji, Mei. We're seeing Hofak go Ashe. And Ashe.
Ashe and just lots of his scan.
Sometimes like a little bit of Widow. So I think it's a bad matchup for MFC because Tayo is often going to be outranged if he wants to play the Mei. Because sometimes he's playing Mei on maps where there are long sight lines. He's still making it work. His Genji also can be quite strong there. As just to recap what we've seen up until now, 3-0 for Insomnia against our high school squad from N-High. And then Lazuli with the big upset win over Varrel in the 5th and final flashpoint of the 5th and final map. Was very hyped. First series Varrel has lost this year domestically, only losing one series, of course, in the Asia LAN. And now we have MFC X Supreme against Revati. I want to say I slightly favor Revati, again, because of the matchup and how these two teams play. But I feel like MFC, they're just so clutch, and they're also extremely resilient. Even if they go down 0-2, it's like that's the moment where you're 100% sure it's going to go to 5. They've just been so good, and nothing gets them down. They've had a lot of disconnects, some server crashes, and yet still come back, bounce back, playing as well as they were before, if not better. So nothing can get this squad down. It's a mostly English-speaking squad playing in OWCS Japan. Quite a unique story. And here's their roster.
Yeah, that's exactly the roster. And starting with the 5, as you know it, Kila Tayo. I think the bounce is the perfect word for this team. They literally bounce off the bottom and just immediately just tops.
Yeah, whenever
win
you
the
think
match
they're
somehow.
down, they're not. That's when they're the least down, actually. This team is so fun to root for. I think Romani has been fantastic on Ramatra as well. Because Kila is actually a Japanese national, he doesn't count as a sub. Tayo as well, right? So you have this kind of mixed semi-Western roster with Frogger, of course, playing from Australia, Romani playing from the US. It's just super cool. I feel like a roster that a lot of Westerners can relate to while also still having that Japanese flair. So
They also teamed with the teamwork, team comp-wise, lots of characteristics. Doesn't matter any map, they would bring at least one pick that they just want to play. And that also becomes a risk sometimes, but they can pull it off most of the time, not like the other teams. That's their characteristic.
Now, Fearful's been starting over Kotaro, who was obviously the mainstay last season. They have NHZ and Epic in the support role, but it's Hofak and Haruto in the DPS line that has been the scariest, has been the real... I was going to say front line, but the back line of this team. They're really the face of this team, let's say. Hofak and Haruto in the DPS lineup has been taking names, crushing people all year long. It really reminds me of Yeti from Korea, where we had Viper and Knife be the big carries for that team last season. This is a really similar story in Hofak and Haruto.
Yeah, last season, Hofak's Sojourn, every single time that overclock is on, it's just wipes, or the entire team just backs off, not being in the sight line, or else you're going to be headshotted from the distance. This hit scan player is just out of his roof. And Fearful, not fearless. Not the same player, guys. As some.
Yeah, we still don't know what he's afraid of.
It's the opposite of fearless.
So, G-Cliff, I promise I didn't text the guy, but we got Nepal!
Who did you send the message
do it. I
to?
swear I didn't. Actually, like, I have actual proof that, like, it was chosen before I even got here.
Yes, I know.
So don't sue me.
Yeah, the ops.
Yes.
The
admin choice.
Admin choice.
And by choice, we mean random.
Random,
It
yes.
is random.
Random for the first control map will be for the season. Nepal, okay. Should be interesting. Might have some more projectiles coming in.
Feels like a very good map for Taio's May. Like, we go to Village, very small choke points, fighting on the point. Does feel like this will limit, at times, when you go to Sanctum, we go to Village, what Hofak can do. Not that he can't play Ashe, obviously, on those maps, or potentially even Cassidy, but it does mean that, you know, Taio has a little bit of extra strength here, I feel like, with how he's been playing the Genji and the Mei so far. So, gonna give a slight edge, I feel like, in this first one to MFC, but who knows how this is gonna go. Japanese Overwatch been going to 5 games. We're having a lot of back and forth, super scrappy. I'm here for it.
It's going to be fun. It's going to be a lot of fun for sure. And also, here, if you can take a look at it.
Oh, okay. I got you.
The tanks. I think we can see some divas coming out from Nepal. There has been some divas even in the previous season, also this season. This is the moment, especially once you want, especially because you want to lock these DPSs down a little bit. Both sides, most of the powerhouse DPSs are going to be making these differences, so I think Diva is not a bad choice. Just block them off, limit the damage, and then try to do what you can. It's certainly an option depending on which Nepal we go into.
Yeah, I mean, if we start Sanctum or Village, it does feel overall like a pretty big boon for MFC. But like I said, like, you know, 2 of the 3 are going to be favorable for them. So no matter what, you're going to get either Sanctum or you're going to get Village. So that feels pretty nice. Harutoon on the Tracer is pretty fantastic, though, so always going to be relevant. And Fearful looked really good yesterday when I was casting his gameplay. So Winston quite strong, Mauga quite strong. A player that certainly can impress us. We do have a bit of a delay. Lobby is being remade, just to give you guys the heads up. That's why we're just kind of talking endlessly on about Nepal. And if this continues, it might be time for the G-Clef pet story, but we'll wait a little bit longer, just in case.
I have prepared a pet story after listening to Unknown's Hedgehog, and also some rabbit stories. The rabbit stories from yesterday. I've got a chicken story.
Okay. Hit me with it, because I think we got a little bit more time.
Well, when we come back onto the camera, so I figured that I should really get ready for the cast, and I prepped a lot since I thought I was going to cast last week also. So I had some room, and then after hearing all those stories, I was like, oh, I never have a pet. I actually never really owned a pet in my house. No dogs, no cats whatsoever. But have an interesting one with the chicken.
I also had chickens growing up.
Really? Chickens? Multiples?
Yeah, I had
oh, wow.
a rooster and 4 hens for a really long time. My family, that was like when I was a kid, right? And now my family has chickens again. I think a rooster and maybe 3 hens at the moment they have. They might have more since last I visited. I haven't been back since late 2022. Probably going back
They're
this
still
year.
alive?
Yeah, chickens live for a while.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, really?
I think maybe some might changed in and out. But the main reason why my family has chickens and did have chickens when I was a kid is just for fresh eggs.
Ah, okay. So it's mostly for actual farming.
Yeah,
for
it's
eggs.
not being sold. Like, the eggs aren't being sold, but just actually to eat. That's why I only have a few hens, because we don't actually need like a ton of eggs.
Okay.
That's too much. But they were very delicious.
Isn't that? I never really had own hens delivering eggs.
So like they were both pets, but also useful for the house, right?
Okay.
So like my mom was very close with the hens. I can't remember their names now because it was a really long time ago. But would actually like hold them, and you know, they would follow her around and stuff. She was super close with them. And now we have my parents live, because back then we lived in a more suburban area, still like outside of the main suburban central, next to the woods. Now my parents live deep in the mountains, so you know, it's a much more conducive environment to raise chickens.
Yeah, it
on
has
a
lot more
farm-like
room.
environment that they have. So we have about 4 minutes, was what we've been told, for this to be rebooted, the lobby. Make sure it doesn't crash. There have been some suspicious circumstances around this team's lobbies recently, so hopefully today we can knock on some wood.
Yeah, you were saying if this has any wood in it. I think it does. I think it does. It's just covered up with some paint.
Yeah.
So
I think it's fiberglass.
So starting from the chick, the baby.
Yeah.
Little one. There was a time, didn't really have this anymore, but when I was really young, elementary school days, in Korea, there were some ajushi, some older guys, in a box, they would sell chicks.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about. I've
like
seen
30
that.
cents, 50 cents.
I've seen that before.
Depending on the times, but after school, they would just be in the gates of elementary schools. And then you're a kid, and then you see these chicks, and there's a chip, 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 chip. It's like, oh, it's cute. Mom, I want one. And then you immediately run to your house. And at the time, both of my parents were working. So I just grab a coin, just 50 cents. And then I go back and buy one, right? And then, but our house, when I buy one, they also give me food. I can grow a little bit, but I live in an apartment. So I can't really make it too big. It runs around and it causes a lot of trouble. So I give it to my grandma with somewhat of a garden available. And then the next week I visit, it grew a little bit. Next month, it's a big chicken now. And then the month after, he's missing.
What happened?
Let's keep it rated PG. Let's keep it rated PG.
This is Overwatch Champions Series Japan, ladies and gentlemen.
My little chick was no longer available.
No longer available?
No longer soulless.
Because she was very busy.
Was very busy, went somewhere. No one told me where he or she went, but I have a feeling that it turned out to be a very delicious meal somewhere.
That is the sad ending.
And then ever since then, I never had a pet. I think
that's a sad ending. I did have one or two of my hens were eaten by coyotes when I was very young.
Okay.
Sometimes it was quite violent. But
enough of our pet stories.
We're taking a break? Question mark?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
We will be back. I don't know how soon, how later, but make sure to have your own pet stories because we're reading chat. See you soon. Hey guys, we're back, and don't actually know if we're fully ready to jump back in. You want to do the spin? Is it time?
I'm scared about
Is
the cord.
it time for the spin? The mic. Watch out. Watch the mic.
Oh, full 360! What up?
I can't.
All right, so guys, we are still in the process of trying to get a lobby. So keep in mind, there have been lobby crashes, server crashes. This is honestly the third time this has happened with Miku Fan Club X Supreme. And this team has Tayo playing from Japan, Supreme playing from Japan, Revati playing from the US, Frogger playing from Australia. Kila, I believe, is playing from Japan, but I'm not actually, I can't independently verify that. But he obviously has a Japanese nationality, so he's not an
Very
import.
likely.
So he could be playing from France or from some other location. I actually don't know where he is. As far as I know, obviously Tayo and Supreme are playing from Japan. So you have all these players trying to VPN to protect their internet from getting attacked and DDoS and stuff. But they're all connecting to a Japanese server from multiple different locations. So it's quite complex what's happening right now. As you can, if you watch Tayo's stream, you can see them like kind of constantly trying to figure out a server, figure out the lobby. So that's what's going on right now. That's why the game hasn't started yet. So please don't say Castro start the game because we can't. I would love to.
We don't have the power to control all the pings and the servers. It's also the ping issue. If one person can work, but on the other side, because they are literally on the not like opposite side of the planet, but on the side of the planet, and it's at least 7,000, 8,000 kilos, or maybe even miles away, if you take it distance, and it's even if you have VPN and the fastest ping available through the big line, the pings will be at least 3 digits, and you can't play professional with 3 digits. That is just maybe with like 110, but even with 100, that's pretty high of a ping.
I mean, Frogger has probably played a lot of these games with over like 120
for
ping.
Supports. We can take no offense to supports.
He's playing
getting
Lucio,
those headshots.
though. It's pretty hard. Like I think obviously Frogger's having some challenges like just by his geographical location. But if you do go up to like 200 plus, it just becomes like unplayable.
No.
Like I wouldn't want to play a normal game at that
well,
ping.
even at 100 or even at like 85, sometimes you have a feeling that you get the headshot first, but you still lose.
Yeah.
When you have about 60, I think it's pretty manageable for professional level at this level. But above 65, you can still lose with an extra. Even after you hear that sound from your PC.
It often ends up getting really weird too when you have high damage abilities coming through, like two people meleeing each other, like 2 tracers having a duel, and then like you feel like you got the melee in, but then actually he meleeed you first, but you know
it's important.
Or like 2 Ramatras in Nemesis form punching each other, something like that. You know, there's a lot of interactions like that.
You hit it on the ground, but the server doesn't register because of that slight ping, and then if it doesn't go off, that's Ajax.
So I've kind of just at this point accepted that this is a very complicated situation.
Yeah, you're soaking in.
And, you know, obviously the players need to have the most ideal setup, which is not having, 200 plus ping to play the game. And obviously that also means servers not crashing while we're in game, because it's if you start the game and the server is not stable and we get to a really tense moment like 99-99 on the first point of control, or even like the map decider of control, and then it crashes, that's a disaster.
Then we have to replay
You have to replay it. That gets into the players' heads. I mean, this happened yesterday, so
you could have just win the map right there, and you just have to replay the entire map.
I haven't really heard of anything like this happening. Okay, I actually got Avril updating that Kila is playing from Europe. Okay. Again, not technically an import because of his nationality, but thanks for the update, Avril. He'll hear this in a few minutes with the delay. But anyway,
in 3 minutes.
We haven't really had a big situation like this happen before where servers are crashing, and like a lot of Overwatch has been played online.
Not this many, yes.
Like Overwatch League was played online during COVID.
Contenders was also played the entire years.
And like like basically American and European Overwatch post Overwatch League and pre Overwatch League. Like they never had a LAN environment like we had in Korea for their contenders, like you were alluding to. So there's been a ton of online Overwatch, but I can't really think of any situation that's really been quite like this one. And obviously you have players playing from so many different locations. And if Varrel's claim is correct and Keela is in fact playing from Europe, then that's one extra piece into the mix.
So I do have a theory. Can I put down a theory? Because
Go
I
ahead.
just started studying servers this year.
The G Club actually knows a lot
I
about
actually
this
have
stuff.
a certificate on servers. And I was supposed to study some programming and some prerequisites, but I said, that should be easy. And then I was the only one who had no idea what was going on for the first weeks of class. And then everyone else was like, I'm like, what's going on? I have no clue what they're saying. They're speaking English, but I have no, nothing makes sense. So I've been through that class and about 5 month and a half-ish. And then I passed. I got a certificate. So I do have some information, some basic knowledge on the servers and how it works. But when I hear that there's a player from Australia, US, and Europe at the same time trying to log into a server. Japanese server is actually, depending on which server you use, from my knowledge, they do have really great servers. Japanese servers, there are abundant, really great servers out of a lot of the Asian servers out there, and you can't even compare the Korean servers sometimes in terms of the amount available. So I think it's one of the better servers in Asia for sure. But if they can't really get that ping correctly done, which I think that might be an issue because they're all over the place around the world, and sometimes the distance just can't be handled unless there's a huge upgrade in the what's the word?
Infrastructure?
Infrastructure is the land pipes that goes through the ocean, which takes a long time. There's always an upgrade, but it'll take centuries to get 0 ping.
Yeah, it certainly is something that takes time. Now, the fact that we have Nepal as the map, which we joked about earlier, that I really want to see Nepal, it's here, is exciting. We talked about what it means for comps. Just to remind everyone, I think this gives a slight favor to MFC in terms of the compositions we're seeing from them. But that doesn't necessarily mean that we're starting the map just yet. I don't have full confirmation of that. So until we do, hang tight, everybody. But this is a good reminder that we are, in fact, heading to Nepal first. I don't know when that's going to be. It could be in a few seconds, or it could be like in 20 minutes.
We could be on this screen for a long time, Wolf.
That's okay.
But someone
it's
might
better
just
than
hit
putting us
that
on
music,
the screen.
The dubstep.
There is a man standing by. No one knows what he looks like,
so
where he lives, why he does this, but he's ready to press the button.
And also, just to continue the server, because they're joining in from different parts of the world, the lines might be different. That's why that could be the partial reason. I'm not an expert. I just started studying this year. so that could be causing entrance issues, which I think it's a nice word. And which I think we should be having some solution in the near future. But here, it's more coffee time.
Well, now you guys know we're heading to Nepal at some point in the future.
Yes, at least you guys know that there's a caster who's kind of got some studies on servers. Because I always thought it was interesting how, since high school, always in FPS, I shoot a decent damage first. I should have won, but I lose. And then that's when I really got the questions like, what is ping? Why am I losing when I actually saw the damage going in? That was back in NA.
Is this packet loss? Like
is that ping 90? Because I was playing Korean FPS game back in NA, back in US. And then I kept
Which game
losing.
were you playing back then?
Counter-Strike.
Counter-Strike.
And some sudden attack. A lot of FPS, of
Sudden
course.
attack. I played a little
and
bit
some
of
guns.
Guns.
Yes.
Guns was mine. K-style, baby. Pull that shotgun out, swing your sword, and then shotgun, and then swing your sword. Yeah, if you know you're a knower.
Jump around.
Guns was a great game.
My keyboard, that 1-3 and W.
You broke the keyboard.
The letters. I kept on buying new keyboard, but the ink, not the ink, the print disappeared in a few weeks because you just. if you don't know, look it up.
I was going to say something about not guns, but something else, and then guns got me hyped, and then I forgot what I was going to say. But
Oh, it got me hyped too. Yes.
So
a lot of FPS history on the line for me.
It looks like, based on what I'm being told, which is the lobby is restarting.
Maybe they will just keep on adding restarting.
I don't have Tayo's stream up right now, and obviously like there's some delays and stuff, but
maybe you guys can let us know.
If I think probably what happened is they got into the lobby and then it failed. But
huh?
The dubstep button!
Someone pressed it, which means it is time. Finally for our first map, Nepal! MFC versus Revati. Let's get in, ladies and gentlemen. Game 1. Is this real, Wolf? Am I dreaming?
I saw a little lightning icon in the top left, so I got scared, but it went away. I think it's real.
Someone said go, go, and we're in. We have all the players. See the heroes in selection. And the time's ticking down.
Very strange sound in this room as well. I don't know what it means,
that's
but
that's the AC. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. All right, Tayo's on May.
1.
Sanctum.
The gate's open. We're in.
Sanctum.
Let's go.
This is Tayo May that I was kind of alluding to
Sigma
versus Hofak having the Sigma here to protect him, and he's got those long sight lines.
And the Diva, I think that's a perfect choice.
Yeah. So
against Hofak and Harutun.
Let's see if Hofak can chip away at Tayo's health pool, as you can see he's trying to do here. As the wall's out early.
Finally, we're in. Thanks for the patience, everyone.
Yes, thank you.
Apologizes for the delay, but we are finally in. Let's focus on the game now. Romani on the front. Killa taking a decent amount, but getting healed back up. Good cover from the Frogger and Supreme. Diva off the chart. Harutun down. That's the first. Blood on the map. Revati member down, and the Diva unmech'd.
Fearful doing a lot of damage here, and there's no cap despite the pick.
Because the Diva, mech lost. But Tayo with the Mei. The field
so low,
saving
though.
it. Can you sustain?
Romani does get the remech.
Tayo overstepped his line a little bit too far. Alone without his teammates will be down.
Yeah, like you say, overextending a little bit here is a bit of a sleep on the NHZ. You should be fine. Purple not going to be enough to get the kills as it wears away. They will heal up. Epic, good job there. It does have the ult online now, as Frogger is going to attack. See Romani back in. So 15% gained here. Still early days, but Revati in this really long first fight definitely have an ult advantage here. Tayo needs that Blizzard so desperately. And again, they're outranged here. Wind sightlines are available for Hofak.
Matrix up already from Epic. Just to get more pressure in. I think either have to save someone immediately. But that will be Matrix gone from Epic. Revati 1 down, but still 4 ultimates. Locked and ready to go. Killa receiving that heal. There's a nano on Romani. Diva trapping well with the ice wall. But can you get the kill through the shield? Hofak down, no Bob.
Harutun also knocked over by a creation.
Even
good
Blizzard.
freeze.
But on the point, there's some harass. Harutun got 1, but that's it.
Yeah,
there's a flip.
Get 1 and we'll buy some additional time. That was a very ult efficient cap here for MFC. Only the Blizzard and the Nano Boost committed, whereas Revati used a lot more. Rally relatively unsuccessful. Epic's window pretty lackluster, as you pointed out. So now trying to break through the Mei. Like when Mei gets the cap, that's when she's at her strongest at Sanctum. You could just keep walling people out.
Like this, you can block the entrance or get fearful with Sigma. Does have to be careful. Okay, Harutun off to the side has been working really hard because that Ashe has been put into that danger zone multiple times. Killua will not be able to use that bot for a long time now. Even Romani has to use a self-destruct in a weird spot. Forced out by Fearful and the members of Revati again. 61%. They're chunking in. Even the Graviton, the
parry to counter. Fearful's doing a ton of damage, but not getting any elims.
It's there, but the cover-up's good. MFC, did they held it enough? All the ultimates are gone.
I'm not sure where Killa's Bob went. Okay, Sarah on the edge of the point.
Contest on the point. Harutun off to the side. The pulse bomb, a little too wide.
Yeah, they're not getting the cap
Tayo
though.
getting
Revati
the nano.
about to hit 99. Arjun gets
Look
the
at the
pick
side
here.
distraction. Oh man, the shots.
Just
Harchun still being uncontested.
is completely outflanked. Tayo there before he can get his Blizzard. Now Romani just trying to contest here, but with his late death, that should be the first point going over to Revati here.
Fearful was surviving for such a long time that, and Tayo, the Mei, and the rest of the team from MFC couldn't really deliver that Sigma kill. What a cover up from Revati. They will lead 1-0.
Yeah, Revati with a very nice out position there. As Tayo had some really great plays there. The walls were nice. He was able to defend for a decent amount of time. His first Blizzard was high value, but again, if you can't control those chokes, if they spill through, they just outflank you. There's only so much you can do. Kayla swapping over to the Cassidy as we head to Village. I think this is smart because you're going to have a lot more damage output at a smaller distance here when you do have this Cassidy versus the Ashe. Revati will actually match the composition here, at least in terms of the Mei. They could keep this Symmetra, but I don't think they will. Hofak's going to go over to Cassidy. Keela swapping between the Cassidy and the Sojourn. Lack of decision-making.
Second.
Yeah.
Cassidy it is. Cassidy Mei from both. And Diva Ramatra.
Romani taking some big damage here early, too. And this should be Revati getting the first secure of the point.
Yeah,
they haven't
Revati
tapped
to
it
get
yet.
the upper hand in terms of position. Cassidy has to roll back and down. Focusing on Tequila in that room to take some damage, but we'll be okay. But MFC somewhat spread apart as they can't really focus together. I think Kila's still on the outside. Hofak will find the first. And that's a Frogger down. Romani still trying to stay in this with the Diva, but the losing team members not on the point. Contest is there, but no cap comes through from MMC. There's Revati taking the first again.
The Diva just doesn't actually have that much sticking power into this composition. There's so much burst with the Cassidy, plus you have to deal with the freeze potential. Ramatra's just pushing damage into her, so I do like the swap off. I think you can play Junker Queen into this. I think you could even play Orisa. You could play the Reinhardt. That was always the one I was struggling with. That's not a real hero, but like I think
on
even
this
that,
map, yes.
I feel like that even makes more sense than the Diva here, so I'm glad to see that they're willing to swap. Faster build here for Tayo, who will ice block early to gain the Blizzard, but can he get onto the point is the question.
Madi very low, has to be nanoed. Give him the Blizzard. Used with the barrier. Epic not in it. Revati still up with 4. Not anymore. As NFC, they will pop it first and go with the speed. Finds the last. Oh, Hofak's still there. On top.
He is just going to go down here, trying to buy a little bit more time on the point. They only get 44%. Tayo had to use the Blizzard, though. And Revati do have an ult advantage coming into this fight. They don't have positional advantage, though, and if you can't get the Blizzard onto the point, then they could just kind of out-rotate you, and Tayo will be able to build his very quickly with the way these comps interact with each other. No Rampage just yet, but that's a big purple, even without it.
From Scream. Well done. Oh, some good headshot from bottom. Oh, back, did I? Going around, looking for targets. Some damage done. And the window from Epic to cover up was used last time. Epic will kill the killer. And NFC just lacking some of those ultimates in this fight.
Yeah, I mean, it's just ult advantage for Revati, plus a really nice ice wall. Hofak's ultimate doing a decent amount of damage and zoning them off of the point. Tayo's ice block by some time. He's also almost got his Blizzard up. Just a Blizzard exchange here. As we will have Romani with the Rampage. That actually could be such a big game changer going into a fight like this, just eliminating that healing, especially when you consider Tayo's Blizzard is almost online. If they win the fight without the Blizzard, then he has it for the next fight. That's how MFC win this second round and bring us to 3.
It's off the Fearful. Ramadi up here. That's that. Annihilation.
Down.
Oh.
No ult value.
That was some good focusing from Revati there. But even popping that ult, I thought the fight was over seconds ago.
Yeah, well, just goes down that quickly. Revati in full control. Tayo dead. No Blizzard on the point. They're going to have to use Sound Barrier potentially
5%.
here. He's zoned out. Somebody's got to get into touch. Romani over the wall.
Yeah,
we'll get
Romani.
the overtime. Barrier here.
Just to get in. Way too early.
Keela with a pick.
Out. Got one. Doomfist. But has to be careful. We'll have the defensive barrier coming down from Revati. Here's Hofak off to the side. Wasn't covered. Will be eventually cut off. So MFC will actually Supreme's lost. Less of a sustain. And Tayo, oh, hold up.
So there's two ultimate goals here for Revati on this defense. One would be to try to deny them for the touch and get that pick on whoever gets through. But the sound barrier being onto a Doomfist in that point buys enough time for Tayo to get his Blizzard off. Now he knows, okay, I can't build a Blizzard. Ult economy is shattered. He runs back and swaps to Genji. He can get back to the point pretty quickly here. The problem is Revati have the War Chest. They're going to have their own Blizzard here. So Romani has a huge role to play here in shutting down this push. So Revati have all the tools to close this one out.
Deflect. Revati, a lot of their members inside. There's Deadeye. Towards the side with the stun. Just managed to survive for an extra second, but Tayo will be getting that extra kill. Will be getting his life lost instead. Bit of a trade, but NFC. Still one more. 66%.
Not enough here for Revati.
Romani still survives somehow. As I say that, we'll be having a lot more trade. Killa still there.
Okay, this is absolutely winnable for MFC now. And unfortunately, the Blizzard value was really low for Hartoon. Romani is playing fantastically well on this Doomfist, buying a ton of time there. And like I was saying, there's two win cons for Revati on that last defense. One was getting the Blizzard. They got it. The value of it was so low that it doesn't necessarily hardly matter. So 2 failures back-to-back, and MFC poised to bring this to 3, but Hartoon has something to say about it.
And a pause. 92 to 99. Let me write that down before I miss anything else.
Yeah, I'll take a... Oh,
Might just be some ping issues. That's what I'm guessing.
I was going to take a pick to see where all the ult charges are, but... I can't think of a worse time to pause.
Look, it's not a ping issue. It's a mic issue, actually. Okay. So... might have to hold on a few more seconds, or maybe a minute, because sound issues... Mic issues are actually, doesn't take that long.
Generally speaking, you're going to hear that, you know, little Windows USB sound.
Or logging out of Discord.
It should be pretty quick to fix. Do you remember the old Ventrilo?
Oh, no. Do you remember Skype?
TeamSpeak?
MSN?
Mumble?
AOL?
MSN Messenger. All my Korean
message.
friends use MSN Messenger. We're chatting on that all the time. Naton. Remember Naton?
TeamSpeak.
AOL Instant
AOL
Messenger.
Instant Messenger. What was that? What was before that? Zenga Wall?
ICQ, IRC.
Oh, yes, IRC.
Yeah,
yes,
there you go.
I actually had that for
Battle.net, US East. Like, that's where all my friends are hanging out.
Open the gates. Open the gates. East Asia.
Here's the thing about this pause. Like, it's at a really critical moment.
It is.
I think at this point in time, I think you could reasonably assume this is going to 3 rounds. I think pretty big advantage for MFC. But there's an argument for Revati where they'll be pretty upset with the pause timing here and potentially claim that this affected their ability to close out the map. It is a mic issue. And usually, you know, when you have a pause like this, it's between, like, it's on push. You're like, okay, we lost a team fight. Pause comes through. There's a bit of a break in the action. But this is, like, literally going into a team fight, the round-deciding team fight, where, like, MFC are like, Keela's got a mic issue.
At least we have a countdown when we unpause, so everyone will be able to focus. And
here we go.
We're going to be unpausing.
Let's find out who's going to win this. I think we're going to 3 rounds, G-Clef.
I think it comes down to this one, and it's 1-0.
Yeah.
Revati, let's see the ult count. I didn't get a full count on.
So the ults were definitely an advantage to MFC.
I think it was +2 for MFC.
And they have the better tools to win this fight, and they have positional advantage. So they should be able to win this.
Wait, the unpausing was deleted. Uh-oh.
Well, I mean, I think maybe they need to notify all the players. They're just letting us know that they're planning on unpause, right?
Okay.
Here we go. So in terms of ult, Fearful has his ult. His is going to be the big one if they're going to win this fight.
Revati, super low. It's covered.
There we go. Annihilation time, baby.
Even before that, oh, perfect hit there. 2 down, Revati. MFC, they had some chances, but about 20% away from those ultimates. Genji just strikes in with the Surf Strike, but can't do much. Stream, it's cut off. Tayo's there with low HP. Can't really touch, and there it is. Revati, 2-0.
I feel like I really need to watch this one back to get the full picture on what went down there. Because because the big ultimate obviously was going to be the Annihilation, and if you can get that onto the point and just tick all that damage through, that's going to be one of your win cons. But you end up getting the punch kill Nemesis form into the Annihilation, so he was just hard winning that. I felt like before we had the pause, I didn't realize they had that much of a positional retake there.
Yeah,
Revati
Ramatra was in the perfect place. Delivered so much before the Annihilation.
So I wonder if Keela's mic dropping messed up their communication on where they wanted to position. I doubt it, but that was I really thought that should have been winnable. The Dragon Blade was coming online. They had so many different ways to set that one up. Unfortunately, though, that's a 2-0 for Revati.
It is. That's control going to Revati with that score.
But they clutched it out. I mean, that looked very touch and go there for a minute. Like, that was, if you look at that and you go, oh, 2-0, like MFC got crushed. But it was actually both rounds insanely close.
Yeah, Genji, that blade, I think, was somewhat away, about 20-30% off. And a lot of the 20% off from MFC. Revati just, I think, was slightly in better position. I think that was the reason why they could focus a lot more, just coming around the corner. Because to get into the control, especially that map, you just need to take damage, soak in a little more. Unless you have the tank to really, or the Genji to distract. But I don't think they were in the perfect position. And it was coming down to basically 99-99 overtime.
Yeah, those types of scrappy fights snowball like dominoes falling over once the Ramatra gets into position, sets up the Annihilation, Nemesis form comes through.
It's kind of unfortunate that you need crystal clear delivery of communication at that moment, or else it just breaks apart. And it was just that critical timing.
And the irony of it, I mean, irony isn't even the right word. The strangest part of it all is after all of the ping issues and server issues, it was a microphone issue that actually got the pause underway. So check your hardware at home, people. We are going to second map. Runa Sapi. We saw this yesterday as well. Push is the map choice of MFC. And we
quick selection.
We saw some attempted Genji here, some attempted Mei, but I think probably just put Tayo on hit scan is the game plan. If it were up to me, but I mean Tayo's got his own game plan with the squad, and
yes, I know 9K said this is a really balanced map in a lot of ways, but I have a very different feeling about the map. It's not like the other two. And the distance in between, I honestly, personally have some hard time
we'll talk about it when we get
against
in.
it. So here's the dub stat, which means the game is ready. We like the speed. It should be the speed of going into the next game. MFC versus Revati. Revati up 1. Can they keep up the lead? I love the map design, though.
Yeah, no, it's very cool. It's very different. What I like about this map is that, unlike Coliseum, there is a less defined first fight. Like, it's not just like, oh, we both have to be running Ashe, or in the past meta, oh, we both have to be running Sojourn. We're poking. There's Tracers on the flank. You can try to run the Diva. You can try to run the Mei. I feel like compositionally, there's a lot more options on that first fight. Whereas I feel like Coliseum, which is our by far most common push map, is just so solved that it's way less fun. Revati are going to be running the Korean Winston, whereas MFC, again, are going to be putting Keela on Cassidy, Tayo on the Mei. So some mixed compositional strengths here for MFC.
Yeah, because of this distance, the hit scans have a lot of pressure and there's work to be done. You're supposed to deliver so much through these holes, and the angles should be covered. And because NFC does have the side control, Revati might just poke in with the Winston. That's exactly why Killa is trying to do some damage to the Winston or the side pressure. Rolls back, can't find anyone.
Romani's super low, though. He kind of left him out to dry there.
Oh, Winston in sleep. Both tanks going very low, but we'll still both survive. Someone out of position.
Doing a lot with this map architecture, but Tayo is down.
Yeah, Tayo was trying to buy time when Revati was missing, but he gets caught in the middle. Fearful, hold back. Everyone goes in from Revati, and it is just kills after kills.
You can see why MFC picked this map, because they can kind of bounce and ping pong Romani between Tayo and Keela as they try to use the wall as a place where they can set up Mei walls. Stagger not going to be great for them. You gotta see the concept of like, okay, Tayo's building ult charge, setting up a Mei wall, using the wall next to the bot to win that fight. Frogger's building quick ult charge. You get that first sound barrier off after you win the first fight, then you get the snowball. Unfortunately, they didn't get the fight win, so Revati just crushed them there. And now they have a huge ult advantage. And Tayo is going to struggle to get anything done here against Hofak.
Oh, already half HP. Oh, almost lost the mech just to get into position. They're staying up here, but they do have to get down to the robot somehow. Fearful already onto the side, have half the rage. Gets Ana with the nanoed up. The power up is there, but Romani, well, can't really have anyone down. At least that wasn't a wasted Deadeye.
The problem with the Cassidy Mei, or a problem with it against a comp like this, is that if the Mei is on top of the Cassidy, then you're going to take double damage every time the Winston engages, and they both don't work together the same way. You want to have a cross, but that means that one gets isolated. Tayo only gets one ice block, and obviously Keela can only roll back so far without any sort of extra survivability or a Batiste. He eventually will die when those ults come through. It's just a very fragile composition. It doesn't have the strengths of a traditional Mei comp, but it doesn't have the strengths of a traditional Cassidy comp either.
Speed up. Finds Harutun.
Sound barrier here.
And the beat even coming down to keep it up. There's a sleep on Aquila. Will still survive. Rally, keeping the team up. Frogger. Bit of an exchange with the Ana. Epic down.
Good fight there. Good turn. The sound barrier was very greedy.
Fearful jumping on top with Hofak's damage extra. Oh, was staying on top.
Oh, G-Clef.
That could have been a chance.
Yeah, it could have been, but
Tayo?
The sound barrier being gone means that
Find some time, hold up.
Well, just getting some ult charge here. Not going to really be able to do much alone, just really going to stagger himself. But there was nothing else he could do. He's cut off from the rest of his team. Just coming over and trying to delay the push as well as grab like 10% more of his ult. Yeah, the sound barrier looked like, okay, this is hopeful, but also meant that they didn't have it for the real fight, which was when Revati came in. But I mean, you're so desperate at this point. They already have almost 100 meters on this bot.
And Hofak was just at the second floor, just doing 3 damage. Yeah, no harass from the opponent. And without the sound barrier, Epics. Nano coming back real soon, Fearful. Might just get it, and there it is. Push potential, Rage not yet available. Kisran Rush from Supreme.
Huge Nano, but he doesn't get the
primal.
primal.
Rage! But doesn't pop it. Maybe didn't get a chance. It was at the perfect timing.
Yeah, I mean, that was so close on a knife's edge. I mean, he got it as he died. Unfortunately, that means he can't use it, so Fearful does not get that off. Huge team fight win here for MFC. They do it without the Blizzard. They do it without a sound barrier, and the bot's back in their control. They will need another team fight win, though, if they're going to match the distance. But still a huge boon for them because it looked really, really touch and go again for a second there. They are able to win that fight. See what Revati's game plan is going to be. I like Tayo's angle here.
About half of the time gone. Already a point and 95.
He needs just like one icicle, and that's Blizzard for him in the fight. Bob.
Early
denied.
blocks. By the ice wall, Tayo. Good time bank. Earned. Here's Fearful. Pops the Rage just before he falls. Blizzard down from Tayo, buying some time. No other ultimate. Sound barrier coming soon. And Killa does have Deadeye. Shout. Keep the team alive. Rampage. Onto Epic and NHC.
The Rampage cuts Epic off, but
Hope
the
back.
fight is still broken. Frogger, no ult. Cart's moving, but they need to stabilize here, and I think that they might just be able to do it.
Fearful.
Cannot believe he actually killed Supreme before dying there. Frogger's going to come back with ult. Cart's still in control of MFC. They were able to regroup. There's no great setup here for Revati to contest this next fight. Fighting into the sound barrier. Fearful is going to have a lot of value out of the Nano, but again, tough here. Now that MFC are actually fully grouped, Revati just trying to use their range advantage here. When they get these sight lines for both the Ashe and the Ana, it's just so tricky for MFC.
Big damage comes into Harutun. Has to recall. That's a big cooldown now.
Nano getting closer and closer for Epic.
Early sound barrier from Frogger. Engages in.
Great call, killing Epic
Brig.
before he can Nano.
The back support line gone. Hofak down. Romani. MFC. This tempo control.
Yeah, they're just playing so decisively, and I think that Revati are getting a little bit caught off guard because they're trying to play to their ult economy, and MFC are making some decisions you just wouldn't expect. Like, most people just wait to sound barrier until the fight's broken out. Frogger says, no, we're going to use it to guarantee we get this pick, deny the nano. Just being super decisive. Revati still have the push distance advantage, but they need to win this fight or else they'll likely lose it.
15 is the time late. Frogger caught off guard quickly. With the help of Ana, there's a nano.
That was a just
a nano
straight up Goomba stomp onto Frogger. They get the nano out, as you say, but that's all they use. Super ult efficient here. And now they can control the sightlines. And they don't need to push the bot any further. They just need to defend it so they can take exactly what sightline they want. And it's going to be just around this corner, you have to imagine.
Spray's all over, but NFC, they do have some ultimates coming back. No sound barrier will be the problem, but one big... If Blizzard, with that Rampage, if the combo goes well.
If they can get Tayo in position to use it, Frogger's speed boost, his amp it up is going to have to be, I think, what gets him close enough. And then he needs a big wall here.
Hitting a multiple, or more than 3 from the Rampage is pretty tough. Blizzard up first from Tayo.
Defensively.
Purple on the Frogger, but it seems like it's time. This Lucio will survive.
Bob angle
the pulse
blocked.
bomb does hit Tayo. That's 2 down with the rush.
So you notice how that fight broke out. Tayo Blizzard's the second Fearful's engage comes through. He wants to shut down the Winston so he can't actually primal in that zone, but it just allows Revati to circumvent. Then he has to use his wall. He had a great first wall before the Blizzard went down. The second wall has to be used to stop Bob's damage. So then there's just no peel. There's no lockdown for Romani's ultimate. And Revati were just too decisive there, too quick. And with only 1:40 left, this is looking dire for MFC. They need to win like 3 fights in a row.
The Rampage, it's a little too far!
Oh, that's not what you wanted to see.
Doesn't really get too much out of that and your own life for it.
Yeah, no purples, straight off the side.
Switch.
And that's that ping for you. I mean, Romani he's had so many fantastic rampages this tournament. Like he has looked really good. I mean, people have been loving him on the Junker Queen. Again, a big fan favorite, but that's one of the rare misses.
Especially on the newer map, that can certainly happen. Careful. Getting the nano, jumps back on top. Will be feeling safe. Test the waters a little more. Pushing the extra miles. As long as they can keep the robot over here, Revati should be happy because the time bank is working for them. Mari, Carnage, getting 1. That's a start. This Junk Queen coming back for MFC.
Okay, Ofax down. This is a good start, but they need way more than this.
The body grenade catching the kill from Epic.
Tayo super low, sound barrier. Where is this pulse going hard to him?
The 4 in there. No more recall. Doesn't want to use it yet because they do have the time. He had a few Revati.
He had a few targets he could have gone for there, but it's just not worth it because he's alone. Even if he kills somebody, it's not worth it. He just wants to reset and have the big team fight ultimates when it matters most in overtime. Because one overtime team fight win and Revati go up 2-0 in this series.
Yep, and you will have the longer respawn from the opponent. There it is, the pulse. Doesn't really hit anyone, but still distracts the positioning. And Fearful will get the first kill. Killa down. Tayo, this might just be it. Revati, there's a sleeve from the side. And with just the 2 left, Supreme's the last to fall. MFC cannot push it. Revati will have it again, 2-0.
Yeah, unfortunately, the May pick didn't really pan out here again on push. I don't think it's a bad pick, but obviously the tempo was just too fast for Revati. And we saw the... it's weird to call it like a defensive Blizzard, but every time they looked for the Winston engages, Tayo was trying to say, you can't be here, you can't be on top of my carries, you know, you can't be on top of my Junker Queen, you can't be on top of my Cassidy, I'm going to zone you out. But then he just found the support line, or they chased him and then Haratun gets line of sight, or sorry, not Haratun, Hofak gets line of sight, Haratun's threatening the back line. It's just too tough to play May, I think, in this meta against this type of composition. Now we've talked about like where all these players are from, how difficult it is to play a fast composition that requires that coordination and dive. Can be quite tricky, but Revati just playing standard, and they will not be shaken.
I have to agree, especially Hofak just being uncontested for some of the fights. And if you leave this guy open, there's not a team fight there. You can't really have a team fight that you imagine not taking any damage from Hofak, he will deliver a lot of those shots. And I've seen his entire magazine just going into pure damage, and he will deliver those kills. That I think we've seen a lot of it. Hartun always trying to strike from the side. I think that gave another pressure, which leaves to be marked another communication required from the opponent. MFC, I think they had a lot to work on, especially on this map. Very open, wide angles. Alley side, you can say it's alley, but the distance in between the buildings, it's actually kind of wide.
I feel like going from day 1 to day 2 to day 3, there's not that much you can change compositionally for this team. They prepared a lot, but they're playing night to night to night, and obviously there've been a lot of delays, and they're playing late in the night. I think after today, if they get 3-0 here, there's going to be that extra week of time before we go into week 2 for them to talk about, like, how can we change our composition up? How can we be a little bit more flexible? But I don't think that's going to happen the rest of the series. There's just simply not enough time to change your entire playstyle between game 2 and game 3. But this team has played close series. They've brought us to 5 multiple times. Maybe, once again, they can have that resilience.
Maybe because we will take a break, and maybe that will give enough time for MFC to come back and collect themselves. That has happened. Revati can also close this one out 3-0. We'll be back after the break. Welcome back, everyone. It is the final day of week number 1, and also the final match potential with map
And
number 3.
Potentially the final map as well, depending on if MFC can bounce back or not. They will have their second and final map pick of the series.
We've seen the bounces.
We have seen big
A
bounces.
double.
This
could be the triple.
I said it before, like this team, it always seems like maybe they're down. That's when they bounce back. They took a 3-2 win over Namakuji Brothers. Narrow loss yesterday to Nam Gaming. Nearly got the reverse sweep. Weren't able to do it in the 5th map. But we're super close. And we'll see where they want to take us for this third one. We have Escort, Hybrid, and Flashpoint left. So those are the 3 map types we could be looking at here. If you want to go to Shambali, you could play Mei. If you want to play Genji / Mei, no pun intended on the slash, maybe you take us to Flashpoint.
Where's a big Mei map? We had control, had push.
There's not really a great hybrid map for Mei, so maybe don't go there.
I don't actually know what we... Okay, we have Survasa. Flashpoint, okay. I guess Flashpoint makes a lot more sense, but maybe go off of the Mei a little bit. Should be the next gear that Tayo should be switching into.
I think you can play Mei here for sure, but it's going to be really tough on the initial Flashpoint. On the neutral Flashpoint, I'd rather see Genji and Ashe or Ashe Tracer, because again, before you have Blizzard, you're just going to be so zoned out. Even if you do have Blizzard, how do you utilize it? It's so challenging. And if you're fighting one Flashpoint down from the beginning, it can be really tough. He doesn't have to play Mei. Like, it's not guaranteed. It's not a necessity. But just based on the patterns we've been seeing, that would be my guess. Maybe it's Genji, though, instead. I have a hope that Tayo will play it again.
One Genji, even without the nano, the blade potential is huge on any map, but also on Flashpoint. But so far, we've seen some signs of his Genji on Nepal just once. I would say not the strongest map with Genji. A lot more power potential for Survasa if you can have the blade.
Yeah, New Junk City also would have been a pretty good option if they really wanted to force the Genji.
You can build a lot of neutral with some distance, especially the first point if it was New Junk City.
If they go for Genji, they can challenge Hofak directly. Maybe even go Genji Winston. We haven't really seen Romani play the Winston.
That's rough, because this is also the map for Hofak. He can certainly deliver on any Flashpoint, especially that Ashe or Sojourn. Any of those hit scans has been always a powerful weapon from this player. Revati up 2. It is their match point. Can MFC turn this back?
I think this is an alligator, by the way.
I think we had a couple of these.
Because look at his teeth. Like, you can't really see his bottom teeth when it's closed.
I forget. I remember Googling the differences.
I think if you can't see both rows of teeth when it's closed, then it's alligator.
Oh, really?
Yeah, that's like my folk tale I grew up with. I don't know. By the way, FanPreds, MFC
4%
in the lead.
That's real close.
They know they can bounce back.
Hey,
Tayo's on Ashe. They're just doing Ashe Tracer. They're playing the meta comp, minus the Diva. But that's still decent here. Can control high ground, can control space.
Well, if you want to really pin down on Hofak, there's a protection for Fearful.
Supports protect each other.
And also the tank. There was some face-to-face action. And no big damage connection. Fearful with the medium bubble in the middle. Romani takes a little more. Recall from Harutun.
Nice little boosters there. Fearful's down. Great play from Romani.
But in the meantime, NHC has been doing some side work. Another one. Comes through Tayo. Seems like there's some damage. Oh! Did you see that?
Yeah, that was insane. Then the shield bash takes him out anyways. And
how did that even land?
Well, that's really unfortunate. I feel like if Tayo stays, it's actually hard to tell because there was the flank from NHZ. If he stepped off the point, he might have just barely gotten the cap before, but he wanted to chase down that pick. Either way, he knows more than I do and probably knew that flank was happening. They don't end up getting the initial cap, so Revati barely.
Harutun now does have the pulse. There's a nano first.
Nano very early.
Revati has to push with this power up. Fearful will survive with the extra jump. Not anymore. Just managed to use the nano for the kill. Damage has been done. Harutun couldn't get the pulse kill on the other side. NAC rally up, stun, but still okay. The bop, extra damage from Tayo.
It gets nanoed by Epic.
Effect being contested. Oh, Killa just managed to do so much work on the side. Bit more trade.
Trying to build this one up to nearly 90 here, and they should be able to get the flip now. I mean, that was a very sloppy fight, honestly, from Revati. NHZ committing the rally there to try to win that longer fight, but that's just not how that ability works. Fearful does have his primal now. NHZ going to absorb that pulse as well. Not feeling great about that one. Is Killa, no doubt. One team fight win, and this is their flashpoint, is Revati demech'd and taken out just before his pilot form gets the remech.
Yeah, both Tracers doing absolutely delivering so much damage. This time Hofak. Let's get that duel out from Tayo.
Fearful just going to zone them away. I think Revati have this one in the bag.
Oh
MFC wise not to contest.
Frogger down.
He has his ult now, so potentially this could be a one neutral fight if they want to commit early. Remember, they've had some pretty clutch fights where Frogger ults first, and then they just end up crushing. Or they just kill Harutun. That's a great way to also win the fight. Big Purple onto Fearful, forcing the ult. Kind of disconnected, though.
And NFC doesn't get to spend anything, but I think they were potentially looking for some fights.
They need that sound barrier.
Hold up, Revati. Super low. 26 still. Okay, will be the chase from Harutun.
He's got the remake, and that in this kind of weird scrappy situation.
The self-destruct.
Yeah, he has the remake, so like in this really scrappy situation, it's incredibly valuable because it allows him to remake, also zones Harutun away, so he does end up getting the cap here. As Hofak rejoins the fight. Great start for MFC on the second point. They still have the sound barrier, still have the nano. There's some serious longevity here in the longer fight.
On the sound barrier from Frogger.
Big stick!
On Hofak, Killa delivering once again. Harutun's not as impactful from Revati. Now this Tracer, extra work, Epic ready with the nano. Has to just use it. Both support lines gone from Revati. Can they sustain this with just 3 up? Trying to do what they can, but Revati just on point. That's a third. Seems like the second point is going to MFC.
Revati really getting a lot of resources there from his supports, having the remake for the initial cap. Revati should probably just go for a fight here, but not actually commit ultimates. If they get a pick, then sure, you go for the fight, but otherwise you just let this go. Like if there was an angle to maybe catch Tayo there, you commit, then you try to get the point. But I like that they're just like, let's not force this. MFC had the better ults. But as a result, MFC don't have to use that nano. They don't have to use the Bob for the delay. Point priority goes to Revati, though. They actually have the faster rotation over here. Epic a little bit slow, as they're actually not going to go straight to the point, as it doesn't unlock for 15. Hoping for a catch on the rotation.
Yeah, Harutun was just scanning in the front here. We'll finally get some info that there is a slow rotation out. Harutun and Killa, both the Tracers, always looking for these opportunities to snipe from the side. Tayo, who's been doing some hot action with this Ash finally out, ready with the Bob. Okay, with some extra pressure onto Fearful, who does survive with the Rage. Nanoed up. Can't really find the target yet. There's a hit, but he goes up front.
Okay, Fearful has some extra HP here, but not really going to be enough to win this fight, as everyone is just falling around him. And MFC will get the flip here early. Revati gets a self-destruct kill there on the attempted remake. Doesn't actually get it, dies.
Yeah,
but
Ana is usually the target, or sometimes Lucio.
I mean, generally
some Lucios who gets caught.
I mean, generally speaking, no one should ever really get caught by that, but at the end of the day, sometimes it does happen in these chaotic fights, especially when Revati are going to reset. Revati also can rejoin very quickly, so it won't get punished. So back cap is going to pull MFC back to the point. Good Bob. The zoning here is kind of unreal for Revati.
Oh, the cap comes through from Revati in the middle of the fight.
Yeah, they should also win this fight.
NFC can't get into the position. Hartun recalls, Fearful, picks up the low HP. And
Movement
they will just
here.
push them back all the way. MFC falls.
The movement from Hartun and Revati just in general in that last fight was pretty immaculate. As Epic almost has that nano boost online. They will have a sound barrier to contend with, as these rallies have been pretty low value overall here for NHZ. But Fearful contesting with Romani on high ground. No other damage.
Oh, Killa gets caught. Drake doing some work. Supreme ready with the nano. If you want to spend it with the 4 members up, Killa should be back in fight soon enough with the Tracer.
They have to
90%.
contest with the sound barrier if they want this point.
Romani does have to run in. The sound barrier even. Romani not in the barrier. Caught.
Yeah, very weird sound
D-Max
barrier.
And Nano onto Taya to provide the damage, but Diva was not caught in there. I think that was a big problem. Revati will be getting this second point.
I mean, Fearful just cut the team in half, and Frogger was kind of caught, couldn't actually do anything there. The sound barrier had to be used to keep him alive, but it, as you mentioned, didn't hit Romani, didn't really hit anybody in the team. Only 2 members getting that barrier, and it was just way too split. Revati, 1 flashpoint away from winning this map now. Didn't have to use the Primal, as Romani's going to swap over to the Mauga.
The focus fire, not enough. He is indeed the Mauga.
But they zone him away. As Rally is available too. I mean, they've got so many tools in this fight.
Tire. The purple onto Frogger, immediate death. Some good combinations coming through from Revati. We'll have the Rage Kofek dead from Taya, but that's already a team lost.
Fantastic.
Just himself.
Dynamite, but it's just too late. And Fearful did commit the Primal Rage, but I think well worth it. When you consider the team fight win, the rally was well placed. Kofak has his own Bob here now. And this is looking like, without a team fight win here, I mean, which is, again, tough with no ults, might be the beginning of the end for MFC. Finally, a team able to dethrone them. It's no 5-gamer, just going to be Revati. 3-0 if they win this next fight. It's almost impossible.
With the Bob, should have a lot of the extra power. There it is, Ofak, bringing it down on the point, 40%.
It's going to force Romani to charge out, but that's free percentage here on the point.
Jumping with the bubble, with the sleep on the Romani, and the back line. Hartun's got some other words to speak about this DPS lineup.
It's just a clean wipe.
You
and
push
they have
that
the
from
nano.
the side, and Harutun is already there.
It's going to take a miracle after this team kill for MFC to win a fight and bring us to a 4th flashpoint. I mean, winning a fight alone won't be the 4th flashpoint. They need to hold it for 99 and then get the cap as well.
They need a miracle.
They need a miracle, and I just don't see it. Flank here, trying to get Romani on the
Rush
point.
can come soon enough, 99%. Can anyone touch? There's the overtime. Romani. Fearful, pretty low. Killa down,
rush
that's
is
a problem. Revati about to get the third. 99 overtime, still can't push. 5v4.
Fearful's all healed up now. Big purple, Romani has to back
To
away.
go back, hold back off to the side, delivering extra damage. The dynamite is huge. And that is it, Revati.
Revati gonna take it.
Score.
3-0. And for the first time this season, MFC will not bring us to 5. Revati with a very clean victory here. Will be a massive win for them. 2 back-to-back 3-0s. After losing to Insomnia, they beat Namakuchi Brothers yesterday 3-0. And this is going to do big numbers for their standings. 6 points gained after a -1, putting them at +5 in the 2-1. Revati's DPS line is just a spectacle to behold, G-Clef.
And honestly, I was even more impressed from Fearful today.
Yeah.
His line of not crossing too far in, getting a lot of HP, and also surviving with the Winston. I also thought his Maga and the Ramatra was good from the other day, but his Winston was very impressive. It actually felt like one of the top tier tanks coming from Japan. With this lineup of DPS, of course you have a lot more room to just go in and soak in the damage, but he knew exactly what to do with this type of team comp.
Yeah, no, he looked really good, and I think that he was a big reason why the DPS lineup was able to shine. I think MFC having some compositional issues on the first 2 maps. Like their comps are good, but there's only there's a certain like limit to what they can do. I felt like on the 3rd map though, they kind of did match. Obviously, the Diva was a big question mark, and it worked pretty well for them initially. So I don't feel like I can really blame, or anyone should really blame the comp on the 3rd map. They just got outplayed, and the DPS line of Hofak and Haratun is just so oppressive because they're constantly getting backline access with that Tracer. The Dynamites are huge. And the Brigida, I feel like, didn't really do all that much, but it did enough in some of those fights, just having that extra longevity, the extra AoE healing. Rallies, not always too impactful, but they got a lot done without them. Let's see who player of the match is.
I wonder who it is.
Fearful!
Fearful!
Well-deserved. Honestly, well-deserved.
Giving a lot of space for the DPS to do their work.
He also
exactly the tank.
Yeah, like his Ramatra, you mentioned it, very good on Nepal. And then he had a lot of team fights where it just felt like he completely outclassed Romani.
Yes.
And it was not really usually a mirror matchup between these two, but he was just making way more impact with his ultimates than Romani was. And when these these games are getting a little bit snowbally, sometimes the chaos can favor a Winston, but he was also able to circumvent a lot of Taio's blizzards. When Taio was trying to use the blizzards to shut him down, and he just wasn't having it, man. He was just going to get into the back line and do what he wanted.
I feel like this team, Revati, can do so much more compared to last season. Of course, very different roster, but the DPS lineup just shines so much, and the fact that Fearful can put out this much just from the Ramatra and the Winston, which in this meta, with just two of those heroes, you can do so much. You can play on so many different maps. Maybe we'll get to see a lot more better moments. Maybe the Junker Queen and more hero pulls coming out from this player.
Yeah,
not fearless, but fearful.
Maybe they should be fearful of him. Maybe that's what he means by it. So we did have 2 3-0s today. Insomnia taking out our in-high Telomere squad. And then MFC and Supreme getting 3-0 by Revati. But our second series really ended up delivering the first time a team this year has been able to dethrone Varrel domestically.
Man. What does this mean? We'll see the overall Japanese standings real soon, but
Revati stocks are high at the moment.
Okay, does this mean that we'll have like top 4 and like a big line in the middle between the top 4 and the bottom 4?
I also feel like there's a pretty big line between Namakuji Brothers and Telomere. Even though Namakuji Brothers are 0-2 and do have a -4 map score, the difference between them and Telomere is quite large, and Namakuji actually pretty good this season. So I could see a lot of movement here on the east side of the standings. I could also see Varrel dropping below Nyam. Nyam barely lost to them, and they look super consistent
and
right
Namakuji lost to the teams that just played, both MFC and also Revati. Revati, you've seen how good they can be. So Namakuji, it was a 3-0, but against MFC, it was a 3-2.
Yeah. So I think there's, again, a lot of things that can change moving into...
The middle pack from Japan is going to be insane. And the craziest part is that Varrel might just be in that middle pack.
Yeah, I think they are. And I also don't know who the best team is. Like, is it Insomnia? Is it Revati? Is it Lazuli? Like, who just beat Varrel? So... the middle is interesting. The top is interesting. The only thing we know for certain, right, is that Telomere is a high school team in a league of big boys, right? And they will be starting things off next week as we start Japan on Monday up against Nyam Gaming. That's going to be a tough one. Namakuji versus Varrel definitely is an opportunity for Namakuji to bounce back. But Lazuli, Insomnia, that is hype. That's a big one. That should be pretty epic.
Oh, man.
That might be the battle for first place.
Potentially, yes.
Well, we have no idea. It's way too early to tell.
We still have no idea. But there might be battle of, maybe not the first place, but like top 3 decider potentially, depending on how the other matches go. Oh, like against Revati and some other teams, like maybe MFC, they can work on a lot of the issues that they have been having. Maybe they can play a lot better with a different comp in the near future. That could totally happen because they are full of potentials. What is happening? Varrel
I think it's going to be a fun
down
season.
From the throne?
I think it's going to be a fun season.
It's a huge day today.
Yeah. And yesterday was too. Monday was like, no. Yes, Monday was the day that went 5 to 5.
Monday
to
was
5.
just 7
Stacked.
hours.
Yeah. So
It was fun too.
I do think that there's still a lot of unknowns. We still have a few, and I'm not just talking about Minsung.
Yeah, we do have unknown.
Yeah.
The caster.
Yeah. I do think we have a lot of things that will be sorted out in the next few days of play. Monday, Tuesday, we'll learn a lot more, especially about Insomnia, who's a bit of a question mark, but looks like a very strong question mark. So playoffs also, I'm like already like hyped up playoffs. I'm like, damn, think about how playoffs is going to look.
I'm so hyped. The fact that Varrel stepped down from that throne for which they were on for years and years. At least 2.5 years.
It's just
from what
one
I can
series.
remember.
I mean, they could still keep the throne.
They're Team Japan.
Yeah.
For years, and no one else was able to really beat them. But the fact that they were brought down, and in a relative fashion, I mean, this is something else. A new history might just be born this season, and I can see that coming real soon.
Could be. It was a fun day casting with you.
It was a really fun day.
Our first time this season.
Yeah,
we're
first
have
time
many
for
more.
me. Yes, and we'll have a lot more. I'm very excited. Even though it was a little longer day because of some delay. Do apologize once again for everyone who has been patient and waiting. Thank you so much. We had our Pat talk. Maybe we need some different topic later on. Hope it doesn't happen so we don't have to talk about it. But
I want to hear about 9K's pets.
Does he have pets?
I don't know, but he's like the only one who hasn't told a pet story.
Oh, I'm waiting for it. I do have I think at least few days of casting with him this season in schedule, so I'll ask him definitely. I just wait for it, 9K. Maybe he doesn't have any pets.
Maybe his pet story
like,
is just about Violet.
He's
like, I had a pet. His name was Violet. And I kept telling my pet, please don't go in. Please don't try to build
my
ult
pet
charge
never
that fast."
listened.
And he kept getting picked. But then he had faster ults than everybody else.
That's the music cue that we should be closing today. Thank you everyone for watching the last day of first week of Japan. We will continue with Pacific tomorrow and Korea throughout the week. So continue watching. Thanks for watching today. We'll see you next time.